Okay, I think we're live. Welcome to Character Choices, live play D&D stream where we have our characters make choices, roll some dice, and see what happens all over again. All in a quest for the greatest story ever rolled, as always. We're happy to be here on this Wednesday night. Hope that you're having a great night wherever you are. In the whole world, I don't know, I doubt we've got people from like all over the world. But if you're watching this maybe later down the line and you're from some other place on the planet, I hope everything's going well for you there. Hopefully you had a great week thus far. Yeah, we're excited to be here. This is episode 3, I think, is all, right? Our third episode of this campaign of character choices, and we're having fun, but we're just revving up, right? Ready to go for the long haul. So, welcome to the players here as always. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Some enthusiasm. So one thing that you'll want to know about most of the one thing you'll want to know about most of the people in our group is that they're all students at a variety of institutes of higher education. So that's the woohoo you get from people who are also in the middle of cramming for tests and things like that. So, but we've taken time out to try and kick back and relax and have some fun. So for anybody who shows up, once you're here in chat, if you can, as always, just let us know if for some reason you can't hear us, or you can't see us, or something's going on. Otherwise, I will assume that we're ready to rock and roll. So, yeah. Any announcements that you guys can think of that we would want to? Thank you, Jay Schieber. We're good. Anything that you guys feel like we need to announce here, heading out?
Nope.
Just want to let everybody know that the first 2 episodes of this campaign are up on YouTube, at our YouTube channel on Character Choices. You can follow a link here in Twitch to get there, or just look us up on YouTube. And yeah, those first 2 episodes are up, so feel free to browse through those at your leisure. Leisure?
I always say leisure, yeah.
I think it's one of those.
Like, type this leisure, please. Is that?
It's one of those British American things, I think, right? One's leisure, one's leisure.
Leisure.
According to the DNA swab that I took, I'm like 90% British, Scottish, Irish. So I'm gonna say leisure. I'm just gonna own up and say leisure. So. But yeah, check him out at your leisure over at YouTube. And we've got some highlights here. If you want to hit the highlights here in Twitch, you can browse the highlights section and check out some of the interesting spots that have happened. But and then in all the places, wherever you might end up, feel free to push all the thingies, right? The likes and the subscribes and the notifiers and the everything that happens on the interwebs. We would greatly appreciate it. And if you enjoy what you see, what you hear, enjoy kind of hanging out with us for this, and look forward to where we might go in the future. We would love for you also to let any friends that you think might enjoy this as well know that we do this on Wednesday nights, that they can find episodes that have gone in the past over on YouTube. So I think that's all I'm going to say for announcements, unless you guys have any last minute things. Good to go?
Nope.
Okay, then we will dive into this night's episode of Character Choices. I should have moved closer to the microphone for that. Character Choices.
Better.
Last episode, the end of last episode, we found ourselves in the Oath House of Davet in Baronhold. Our party of adventurers had found their way there through a variety of experiences that led to that moment. Partly, it was out of necessity, meaning that it was the best route forward to make sure that any suspicion that might be there on the part of the Hallow Guard would be taken from you, because you had it explained to you that as soon as the Kaima, the bracelet of the oath that you take in the Oath House of Davet, was placed upon you successfully, that the guard would be much less suspicious of anything nefarious on your part in the fight that took place outside of town, because you did have that fight with 4 individuals outside of town. You guys earlier had come back into town with Cole, and the young boy who had double-crossed you to a degree, and followed him back to the house of his father, Poe, and made him feel a lot better in his old age. I think, Bitsy, you used some healing magic on him. And kind of got the story out of him and left him there to figure things out with his father. You were scooped up by the Hallow Guard, a deep auburn-haired, deep blue-eyed woman named Oz, and her companion Elkia scooped you up and took you to the office of Stanchion Commander Sevik, and who also asked for your report. All of these reports obviously being done in the most creative way possible, using repeated castings of minor illusion with a musical accompaniment by Natriel. So first with Sevik, and then once you were taken, kind of interrupted and removed by an older gentleman named Aleprian Saville, who said that he was the steward of Master Quaylen here in town, took you in that direction, but you were interrupted by a very strange-looking elf at the outside of Quaylen's Rest with one moonstone eye, who didn't have much to say, but escorted you to the office of Oath-Taker Losent, Adolf Losent, a Vidalcan wizard who is specifically the administrator of the Order of Davet here and the kind of representative of the Bower King at the highest level. Kind of a cleric wizard who takes the oaths of those who enter into the service of the Hallow Guard. Once in his presence, we got another replay of the events outside the city using minor illusion, enhanced a little bit by the magic of Oath-Taker Losent himself, who infused it with his own magic to bring it to vivid life. He believed you, but urged you to take the oaths and take the kaimas upon you, and you chose to do so for a variety of different reasons. After discussion between him and Akerly, where he kind of in a way entered into a sort of an apprentice master kind of relationship. I think Akerly used the word partnership, though. It makes her feel better about it, I think. So offered to continue to train her and guide her knowledge as she grew in the School of Transmutation in magic. And then once that was done, you all went to the Oath House. You took the oaths, accompanying the rite of passage to becoming a venturing hand, the five of you being bound together through these kaima that you wear upon you, and becoming a unit to go forth and go adventuring. And in that moment, when the arcane fire raced across the strands that bound you to the central pillar in the Oath House, and then reduced everything but the bracelet around your wrists to ash, you felt magic wash over and infuse your kaima. And as you pressed your fingers into the little bit of cerebrium at the end of the tassel on the kaima, you realized that new magics had been granted to you as a blessing from Davet, clerical type magics that you now have at your disposal moving forward. And you get the sense that Davet was pleased and looks forward to what you will do in behalf of the noblest cause of the Bower King moving forward, to reclaim the lands of Andromar and redeem its peoples. And that's where we left off, standing there. So I suppose before we kind of move forward, was there anything else that you wanted to do or say in that moment in the Oath House of Davet, behind the headquarters of the Order of Davet here in Barenhold, before we leave this place, leave the Oath House area?
Bitsy's just gonna run up to the Dalkin and shoot out her hand.
Her hand. He holds up his hand, which once again is sewn into his robes so that he can't remove them. But Levin, you turn and you do see Levin looking down at you with a little bit of a smile on his kind of semi-creepy face, with his moonstone eye. Once again, if you would like a handshake, Levin would be happy to shake your hand for you.
I see. And I'm gonna shoot out to Levin, and then like kind of look over at my shoulder as I shake his hand. You should really do something about that. Don't you think it's a little inconvenient?
It is necessary, he says. It is the way of our people. For we, my caste in Rionia, I am of the second mind of Rionia, and we are the mind of the people. We think long and hard, and we apply what we learn to the development of our people. But others become the hands of Davet, while we are the minds of Davet. And so Levin here, he is bound to me in a way as to become my hands, so that I may free my mind up to seek the mysteries that only Davet can reveal to us. But I will take your thoughts into consideration.
Oh, okay. That's always good. I like being considered.
The whole time, Levin's kind of shaking your hand. He's doing one of these where he and kind of like does this, and he kind of like.
You're a two-hand guy. This is the first time I'm shaking someone's hand. This is kind of cool.
Yeah, I doubt in like Fantasyland handshakes actually are as common as we might think they are.
I read it in the book once. It was an older book. You guys still do this? It's okay.
Actually, he perks up at this with Taker Losent. A book, you say?
Yeah.
Interesting. Books are rare, at least to us from the outside. So, that's very nice.
Okay.
He turns. Remember there were kind of 8 kind of elves dressed simply that were a part of it, and he's kind of wandering off in their direction, kind of nodding and kind of thanking each of them kind of quietly at this point in time. And Levin kind of gestures to all of you and kind of points towards the stairs leading down, indicating that you are free to head that way if you'd like to. Once again, if any of you would like to pursue any other thoughts or conversations, feel free.
Ooh. I'm just gonna follow.
I really just want a nap. Betsy's like been asking for this thing. Just one thing. One thing
all day long. She has yet to get her nap.
Exactly.
Very well. So where would you guys head in order to find said nap and everything? You are free to go. Apparently, as Oath-Taker Losent kind of finishes his round of thank yous to the attendants that helped, being very attentive to the fact that they were there and a part of the oath-taking. I suppose he'll come back around and just say, well, you should be free now to go into the city, and you should not be harassed by the Hollow God overly, now that you have the Kaima upon you. And by this point in time, it's probably heading into afternoon, pretty heftily into afternoon probably by now. It's been a long day. You guys fought a fight, got up early, had an interesting breakfast, got to know each other, went and fought a bunch of bad guys, and have come kind of back in, been interviewed by multiple people, and also have gone through this oath-taking process. So it's been a heck of a day, and it's heading towards kind of afternoon. The light is deepening and kind of sharpening, heading towards kind of twilight at the end of the day. So where would you guys head?
This morning.
What's that?
But I totally forgot that we all met this morning.
D&D time is strange.
Betsy's gonna suggest we head back to the inn to hit the sack.
Well, yeah, I have the full spell slots, so I should at least take a short rest. So, yeah. I'm gonna agree with this and gesture for Bitsy to lead the way.
Gonna like start walking really fast, because if she doesn't, people are gonna catch up with her real quick. Like,
double stepping.
As she speeds up, I'm gonna take one step and be like right on her, and then wait and take another step and be right on her, and so on and so forth.
Okay. Well, if you don't, have anything else to kind of do or say, you are.
Well, Akerly walks up to Wicket while we're walking to the inn.
Okay.
And I say, did you know what the eye thing is? Like, that dude's eye, you seem to know what it was. It's really weird and cool and unsettling all at the same time.
Right? It's so cool. I want to know why he needed it in the first place, but like how did they make it in? I want to know how they handled it because that stuff is tricky to handle. Like it's called Moonstone, by the way. It's really really cool. I was actually helping this back home. I worked with Moonstone and it was just tricky stuff to handle. Really cool.
This is dangerous then if it's in his eye.
Yeah, which is why I was so curious as to how he got it in there to begin with.
Right.
He wasn't very friendly.
Maybe we can ask him next time we get here.
Yeah, except that, I don't know. I mean, aren't we supposed to go on some adventure now? Which makes it seem unlikely that we'll see him again.
Well, technically, I think this is our home base now, so I think we'll be here a couple of times, so.
Okay, but level with me, Akerly. What if, like...
Oh. I guess we can haunt him for answers.
Are ghosts real?
I don't know. You tell me. Are you the haunting type? Are you one to hold grudges?
Before. I suppose that's something I should think about before I die. Am I the haunting type? Would I haunt people? I'm not really sure.
Guess it just depends on the way you die and the person left behind.
Do you think haunting people is like a mean thing to do, or do you think it would be a nice thing? Like, I think if you were haunting, like, let's say your best friend, like, is it really bad because you're seeing your best friend all the time? But if it was like you're haunting a mean person and you're trying to be mean to them, can you actually do things as a ghost? Can you be mean to them, or is it just scary all the time, even for a best friend?
I just think haunting is for people who can't move on, whatever that means for them. Maybe you can't move on from that really delicious last meal you had, and you're so mad about being a ghost and not being able to eat, so you haunt your favorite food. I don't know how it works.
Well, I suppose then when I die one day, hopefully not anytime soon, I'll figure it out.
Right.
Maybe I'll haunt you and let you know.
Maybe I'll haunt you and let you know. It's a great line.
Hey, if I'm haunted by anyone, I'm glad it's you.
So these bracelets are kind of weird.
I know. What did you say what they're called? What were they called? Kind of?
Chimeras, Possible. I don't know.
Impossible. Yeah, suddenly Caspian perks up. Anyways.
They're really pretty. Very cool. I'm sort of excited to use them.
Yeah. Did you feel like they kind of feel like special? Magic, yeah, magical. It's not me, right? That's
no, yeah, mine too.
Okay, well, I thought I was crazy or something for a second, but that's cool. So we have magic now.
Well, I'm a wizard, so.
Right, you always have
yeah.
magic. I sort of got magic a little bit. I mean, my gun sort of.
Yeah, I lift my hand for a high five. Cool, we're a magic duo.
Psh, magic duo.
A Muro?
I just start looking at my Kaima now and petting it.
You guys are, passing along. You've passed back down the trail through the opening in the hedge that was made by Levin and Losant on the way in, and back towards the the headquarters. You pass back through the room, kind of the meeting chambers and a workspace of Oathtaker Losant, with all of its tables, with its variety of vegetable and mineral kind of things that he's gathered all over the tables, and with all of the kind of cerebrium devices that he's got kind of on the inside of this room. And pass back through the doors and out of the house of Davet, the administrative kind of house of Davet, and back into the street, and head in the direction of Quaylen's Rest. So, anything else you guys like to do / talk about, or do you want to take a different route or do anything before you go rest, or do you want to head straight there for now?
Fastest route. I'm about to pass.
Tired.
Bitsy is on a mission. And,
I'm practically skipping.
With the energy she does not have, apparently.
The more you use, the harder you sleep.
Nasriel is still following you one step at a time, but now she's kind of like holding out arms, like, don't fall.
Bitsy's like leaning forward to let her momentum help her. As she goes down the street. Okay, so you kind of beeline it through the center of town. Again, it's kind of mid-afternoon. It's probably like 3 or 4 o'clock by this point in time after everything that's happened. Heading into evening, you see a few people that seem to be kind of headed towards the kind of housing district here in Baron Hold. You do pass again several of the Hallow Guard who are, policing the kind of region around. And you do notice that as you pass them, they look down, they see the kaima on your wrists, and they kind of nod to you in a kind of pseudo fellowship kind of way. As you
Wicket nods back every time.
I will say, because we haven't really paid a ton of attention, as you pass through town, several of you do continue to get very interested stares. In particular, the 2 gnomes and a Nazriel, as out of the ordinary as you look from what people have seen. Get looks, very interesting looks. I think partway as you guys are walking, you look back a couple of times. You can see smaller children that are kind of like giggling and talking to each other and kind of trailing you guys down the road a little ways. Kind of every time you look back, stopping and kind of like talking to each other and kind of like pointing over their hands at you guys. And then whenever you pick back up, they kind of continue to kind of trail behind you until you've got just a little bit of a gaggle of small people kind of in your wake. As you climb the hill that leads where the road kind of goes uphill towards the bit of the rise that Quaylen's Rest sits upon. You can see the smoke rising from the several chimneys in this very cozy and welcoming building. You can smell, as you near the building, the smells of evening food, meals. Not as much as probably it'll smell a little bit later in the day, but you do smell cooking food and a variety of other things kind of wafting through the air. The stables kind of off to one side. You see a familiar figure standing out front of the building, an older gentleman with a kind of shock of thinning white hair and an oversized lab coat / trench coat upon his person. This is Aleprian Savile. He's coming around the corner of the building, and he's holding what looks to be kind of a sheaf of paper in his hand, and has a quill just kind of in his other hand, and he's kind of scanning and reading through things as you approach. He hears lots of little giggly kind of chattery voices and looks up. You see his face brighten as he sees the lot of you head towards the front door, and he greets you. "Well," he says, "you've made it back in one piece, it would seem."
Yes, 1 piece, but we have extra pieces. And I show him our bracelet.
Ooh, his eyes widen. "Oh, they've roped you in, have they? I suppose it was inevitable. Comfortable fit, I hope."
I mean, yeah, but as we were walking, how did we get them off?
Oh, they don't come off.
So that's concerning. But we'll think about it later because I have the brain power of a small child right now. I need some food.
Nazriel is gonna like eye the small children following.
Speaking
say
of small children, you've got quite a
Like, she didn't mean to offend anyone.
They're actually they're kind of laughing and smiling just hearing you talk. They're kind of fanning out. This is kind of a hardcore fanboy fangirl moment where they're like, oh my god, did you hear what you, oh, she sounds so
I'm gonna wave.
They kind of wave back. A couple of the more shy ones. Couple of the more shy ones hiding behind like the skirts and the bodies of the bigger kids and kind of peering around. Yes, you've gathered quite a fan club, it would appear. Several of you, I'm sure, worthy of such attention. We haven't seen anyone quite like some of you here in town. He kind of.
You're so cute.
Wicket's gonna look at Akerly and be like, "You've got a fan club."
No.
Akerly, without even an insight check, you get the sense pretty quickly that none of them are actually looking at you at all.
Yeah. This is what I get for being human.
So, no, really though, everything went well for you. You all feel comfortable with how things stand?
Yeah, I feel really good. My destiny's looking real bright right now. Like, bright as in I can actually see it around. As it was going on, it was really bright, which is what you want to happen. So my destiny is really bright, which when you think about it is kind of funny because, do you guys know the metaphor of that person's future is bright and you can, okay.
So you're speaking metaphorically then?
No, it's quite literally, yes, metaphorically.
Oh, I completely understand. Well, optimism is a great thing. It's a good tool, a weapon against doubt and fear. It's a great thing.
Exactly.
Well, I'm glad that you feel that your future is bright, metaphorically speaking.
Yes, just metaphorically.
Right. Well, you've had quite a day, he says. I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's only like what? She's gonna look at the sun and kind of like, 12, 1, 2.
Very much so, yes. It's heading now towards afternoon. I imagine that you're hungry and tired and all such things. I would invite you on behalf of Master Quaylen to take up your rooms once more, some food. In the place, if you're not too tired, maybe just a little bit later, once you're fed up, and maybe before you retire, Master Quaylen would actually love to speak with you as a group, if that would be okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well,
That's one more conversation.
he would appreciate it greatly. I do know you're probably tuckered out, but.
And Asriel is gonna step forward and kind of lower her voice and say, "So what do I do with?" and look over her shoulder at the kids and say, "Them."
And
then wave over my shoulder again and be like, "They sure are cute."
Oh, I'm sure they'll work their way back home. We get excited about things that we see, but excitement fades, I've discovered, in a relatively short amount of time. As he says this, you see one of the bolder girls kind of have approached quite close, and she says, "Excuse me?"
Betsy's gonna turn around and realize for the first time that there is, in fact, people, and she thought everyone was speaking metaphorically until this.
Asriel is gonna turn around and say, "Yes."
She kind of looks up at you, and then she looks back down at Bitsy, kind of around you at Bitsy and Wicket. You can see one of the smaller girl is hiding behind her skirts. In particular, she keeps kind of like pushing her back behind as her head pops out, and she likes, "Are they gnomes?"
I am a gnome! How did you know? How did you know?
She turns around to the group. "They are gnomes, I told you so! You all owe me a few quid!" she says.
Yeah, you do, because I'm a gnome and I'm going to look around for Wicket. Wicket!
Too.
Wicket's a gnome too!
Wow, she says. Well, that settled it then. I had several of them tell me there was no way that you could be a gnome, but I told them you were definitely gnomes. I heard people talk about gnomes before, and they said they were small, and you're tiny.
Well, yeah, I guess so. I'm actually tall, I think. Yeah. I'm small.
So you make...
We're pretty tall among gnomes.
Yeah, I'm pretty tall among gnomes. I'm taller than Wicket. How tall are you? Wicket, I'm gonna stand. I'm like, back to back, Wicket, back to back.
I'm like 3 feet.
Yeah, no, I'm taller than Wicket.
He's a pretty tall gnome.
Yeah.
Wow. We couldn't tell for sure because we didn't see any pointy shoes, and you're supposed to have pointy shoes, is what they say. And you guys make a pretty mean loaf of bread, from what I understand.
Well, pointy shoes aren't practical at all.
You guys
Pointy
make
shoes?
Not pointy shoes.
no pointy shoes? It's not
No.
a gnome thing?
I'm
And
never
fix a pipe.
wearing a pointy shoe. Pointy shoes kind of sound dangerous and kind of like
Yeah.
a hazard. Like you could trip over the points.
I mean, sounds like more of a weapon than footwear.
Yeah.
That's me.
Well, that's a good idea. She kind of takes a mental
Wait,
note of
no.
pointy foot weapon feetwear.
That would be a perfect weapon, actually. I should make that.
That would be a fun project.
But you do make bread, right?
Well, if you mean like,
All the stories, they talk about magic bread, like you go to bed one night and you wake up and there's a magic loaf of bread sitting on your cupboard, and if you eat it, it makes you strong, and helps you have good luck and lots of other things. You guys make bread, right?
I'm gonna walk over to Wicket and like kind of have a small huddle.
A moment while I talk to my friend.
If we tell them that it's not magical. Wait, is your bread magical?
don't even make bread. Normal bread.
Okay, just so we know, we're on the same page, because I don't make I'm not the one who makes the bread in my family, okay? So, but I feel like it would break their hearts.
While they're doing this, the master is gonna lean down and smile very charmingly and say, "Of course they make bread."
Yeah,
But we
Oh,
don't.
I knew it,
No.
she says. What?
But everyone has different sorts of skills, so sometimes the bread burns.
Right, now, I completely understand. Some of these knuckleheads I run with, they're just, can't trust them for nothing.
Gnomes make other things too that usually is not bread.
Oh, like what?
Like cooler things than bread.
bread's cool though. Bread is cool. Respect the people who make the bread.
Magic things?
Sort of. We can. Yeah, I've messed around with some magic stuff before.
Can gnomes make magic things?
Well, like if we find a magical thing that we can make into a new thing, then it's a magical thing that I made. So yes.
Wow. Okay, so no pointy shoes, decent bread making skills, and make
this?
other magic things.
I'm gonna point to my cool monocle headband. I made this.
Wow.
I like point it down and make it go super long, and then I like pop it back up.
Wow, it's incredible. And it like helps you see through people and stuff.
And stuff?
Well, actually, it just helps make things look bigger so that I can look at teeny tiny little things that you can't really see with your normal eye. So, in a sense, it's magical without being magic.
Magic eyewear and pointy weapon shoes. Check. I've learned so much about gnomes. I'm gonna know more than anybody. I'm going to go and teach everybody everything I know, so they're as wise as me.
Yeah, so me too. Me too.
Well,
I wouldn't focus so much on the magic bread thing, though.
you hear from behind her as she's holding this.
Tiny and kind.
You hear from behind her as she's holding this person behind her. Aw, from a little person behind her. Well, I'm sorry. I told them that you probably wouldn't want to be bothered, but thanks for the information. I appreciate it. well, gotta go. And she kind of turns around and she runs back, and you see her immediately. The other kids huddle around, like asking her questions. You hear her voice louder than the rest. That's right, no pointy shoes, but they all knows. I told you. And she's kind of like gathering little things from people as they kind of walk off down the street, looking back over their shoulders at you.
You're so cute. And I'm gonna turn around and be like, next time just say you make bread.
But we don't.
But you could.
But I don't.
Have you ever tried to
That'd
make
be a
bread?
lot.
She made the headband. Do all gnomes do that?
Well, I'm a tinker gnome, so I can make lots of cool things. And
all
I come
gnomes
from
tinker
a place
gnomes, or is
with
that
more
like
tinker
a hobby?
Akerly looks at Bitsy and aren't you a gnome?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
So how come you just? I don't mean to sound mean, or maybe I'm
I don't
the one
know a
that's
lot about gnomes for being
yeah.
one.
She's a tinker gnome. You know?
Well, I mean, I'm not a forest gnome or anything, but I know the kind of the gist of forest gnomes, and like that they exist and that they live in forests, and
That both their parents are probably gnomes.
yeah, they live with other gnomes and they live in forests.
Well, I live in a forest, and both of my parents are gnomes. I'm pretty positive. I don't know my parents. Actually, funny story. Actually, it's not funny if you think about it, which I haven't really thought about it much because I like recently discovered this like a month ago. But the person who raised me, my dad, is a furbolg. And I just figured out that I have forest gnome parents, which makes sense. I kind of knew, like, you know, furbolg and gnomes. Kind of knew, but you know, you didn't really like consciously connect the pieces.
So you didn't grow up a gnome, like with other gnomes.
Oh no, I'm an only child.
No, we know you're an only child.
Are you psychic? Because I don't know much about wizards, but you knew I was an only child.
Yeah, I think we all did.
I'm gonna nod.
I got that too. Well, in which case, I mean, I'm still really curious about like all that.
You just pointed at all of me.
I guess it's understandable then that you don't know so much about gnomes. So if you have questions, I suppose you can keep asking and I'll keep answering them.
Okay, so anybody you know, no one makes magical bread? Because I thought that was an interesting point that should be discussed. No one makes magical bread? Does it make you stronger when you wake up?
I've never met a gnome who makes magical bread.
I'm gonna smile at Bitsy and say, but there's no reason why you couldn't be the first.
I will not die happy unless I make magical bread. We must get on this right now. And she's gonna look. Olivia!
He actually looks down. Perhaps it's a part of your bright future.
I
He
have
says,
a question. but you go
quickly,
describe.
it seems like food is on a hot topic. What can I tell Master Quaylen? Should I tell him tomorrow? He would like to meet with you as soon as possible, but if you would like to meet tomorrow, I'm sure he'd be willing to wait until the morning.
I'm gonna look at Pim.
I mean,
What do you
it's
guys think? Are you too tired tonight, or do you want to go in the morning?
Whatever you say, Pim.
I got new energy.
She's an
Magical
extrovert
bread
for
stuff.
sure.
We'll go tonight.
Would you like to get a bite of food first before you meet him?
Why doesn't he join us for food? We can talk and eat.
That's not a bad idea. Let me go see if I can find him. Either way, I'll come find you in the common room in just a moment and let you know what's happening. Very good, he says. He kind of steps back. You see him head back around kind of the side of the building towards the back of the building on the outside rather than going through the inside. Back to kind of looking at his paper and then looking up every minute to make sure he's not tripping on things as he goes. Leaves you there to head inside. You guys head inside?
Yes.
You head inside to the food place. So if you recall, there's like two doors. One goes into the kind of tavern side. One goes into the more kind of inside. You enter through the tavern side into a room that is the same room where you kind of met each other to begin with. Large fireplace on the left-hand side of the room, a bar in the back. It's a very small little stage in one corner where Anazar
I'm going to eye the stage as we walk in.
You do actually see somebody sitting on the stage on kind of an old rustic tri-legged stool, sitting there with a kind of cobbled together looking lute, a bit of a banjo-y looking lute kind of sitting on the thing. He's wearing plain clothes, and he's kind of plunking along. It sounded kind of like the Wicked Witch of the West theme on a banjo. Anyway, he's kind of singing in a bit of an off-key kind of karaoke voice, kind of in the corner, and people are largely not really paying attention to him, but there's one or two that are just like, yeah. And they're like looking around like they can't believe nobody's enjoying this kind of thing. Maybe family and friends there to support them on their first open mic night, that kind of a situation. So sitting there, but yeah, there are the several large tables in this side. There's the kind of cozier off section to the other side with the smaller fireplace in it through kind of an opening. Where would you guys like to settle in?
I'm going to walk over to one of the tables over by the fireplace.
Okay.
Now follow him.
Okay.
I'm just going to be staring at this sad bard and then look around and realize I'm suddenly alone. And then catch up to my friends at the table.
You all take a seat at one of the larger tables by the fireplace, which is crackling nicely, putting off warmth and more than anything, just comfort. There's just something about a fire, even if you're not there for the heat. Casting its kind of warm light onto this round wooden table that you guys pull up. As you do so, you see the serving girl kind of wend her way out in your direction. Well, if it isn't this group again, back for dinner, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Hungry again, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what can I get you?
I'm going to look around and say, whatever that guy's having.
I'll have whatever she's having.
Frog legs coming right up, she says. No.
I'm gonna make a face at that.
Oh, not frog legs then, she says.
I mean, are they delicious?
They're not.
Okay, I changed my mind. I want whatever that guy is having.
Oh, that makes more sense, she says. That's a good braised beef stew. Carrots, onions, tubers, yellow sweet potatoes. It's pretty
I'll
delicious.
have what she's having.
That sounds phenomenal, gorgeous.
One for everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Why not? Yeah.
Very good. And to drink? Water, billyberry juice, something a little stronger.
Juice. I want juice.
I want something a little stronger, and I'm gonna wink.
Sounds good. I'll make a guess for you, she says.
I'll take water.
Water, juice, something stronger. And for the two other, Master Pim and this young lady?
I'll take something stronger as well.
I'm gonna go to high five you.
I'm gonna kind of.
Akerly?
I'm now gonna look at Akerly
What's that?
Water's fine.
and then be disappointed
How
immediately.
disappointing.
Do you know how old I am?
She's young, and she's playing with her dad, so they're gonna make different choices. If they had a different DM, I think this would go an entirely different direction. So, okay, I'll be right back, she says, and she kind of turns and she hobbles off in that direction. As she does, and you get settled for just a moment, listening to the plink-a-plink-plink of the kind of busted banjo in the background, you see a Leprian pass through some doors in the back of the tavern room, kind of heading your direction, finger raised as he comes, ready to talk as soon as he gets in range. Well, very well. Master Quaylen will join you very shortly, just a few minutes here at the table. So, and he kind of pulls a chair around to make sure there's a spot.
We should have ordered food for him. Do you know what he'd want?
Just tell the serving girl to bring his regular.
Oh my gosh, he is a regular.
Yeah, he does own the place after all, so I'm sure she'll know what it means. I don't know for sure.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Quaylen's rest.
Very well. Well, I'll leave you to it, and see you on the morrow, he says, and he kind of turns and kind of.
Thank you for your help today.
He stops and turns back. Oh, you're very welcome. We take our job here seriously. Now that you're under the purview of the Hallow Guard, things might go differently next time, so try to avoid any fights just outside the city gates.
Do.
Nods and toddles off. So, and you all have the room to
It's
yourselves.
not like that fight was our fault. I'm gonna say as soon as he's out of earshot.
Right?
They attacked us.
I feel like people are making a bigger deal out of it than it actually is.
Yeah,
We
why
did a
are
lot
we
better.
being responsible, like as if we did something wrong when it was just defense?
I mean, technically, this fight could have ended differently, I guess.
Yeah, we could be dead.
They are dead.
I meant we could
Come than
end the
us,
fight
right?
differently.
That's defense still.
She's not wrong.
I'm gonna look at Pim and just say, we could have ended that fight differently, I suppose.
I suppose we could have.
Why didn't we?
I'm gonna sit for a second and I'm gonna look at the rest of the group.
I was hiding behind a trunk. I don't really know what happened. So
I'm gonna look at Akerly.
I'm not old enough to drink. Don't look at me.
Well, I look back at Pim and say, you're our fearless leader.
I suppose it was our first fight as a group. Maybe next time we can make better choices.
yeah, we should try not to kill too people.
Were you about to qualify that with too many people?
I was just gonna say people, period.
But you said too many.
I didn't. I almost did.
Oh, so you admit it.
But I wasn't going to. I stopped and I said people. People shouldn't die. Unless they're trying to kill us and it's either them or me. Them or us.
This is your first fight because it almost feels like you kind of have a solid mindset on what comes to when fighting. Is like, are gnomes like a warrior race or like? I'm not sure because that was my first fight. Actually, no, it wasn't my first fight.
That was like
Warrior when I say so myself. I've been in like 2 fights.
While you guys are talking, I'm gonna turn to Akerly and just say, by the way, you did well in the fight today.
Thank you. That means a lot, actually. You did great too. You were like butt kicking and making witty remarks and just A plus. A plus.
Well, thank you. I suppose it comes from my experience in war. But I appreciate the fact that you helped me today.
No problem.
And I'm sorry that you got hurt.
Oh. No, been there, done that.
You've been in a war before?
I'm gonna turn and just nod like this is a normal fact. Say,
Oh. Okay.
Aren't a warrior race, I have discovered. So I could find that your remark leaves Wicket feeling shocked.
I think she just gnome-splained the situation.
I'm gonna look at Wicket and just say, I had the opportunity to help some soldiers once upon a time. Many years ago.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna look at her because I wasn't gonna keep going, but suddenly I'm gonna be like, well.
I pull out my sickle, or my scythe, my sickle, and I show it to her to get Wicket distracted. And I say, well, have you ever used one of these? I sort of just picked it up along the way. I've been trying to learn how to use it.
I'm gonna turn. This is a great moment for an out of character. Would I have been familiar with this type of weapon?
In most of the places that you've been, you probably have never really seen somebody using a sickle as a weapon before. So
okay.
Imagine
I'm gonna look at it and just go, wow. May I?
Oh, sure.
No, I've never seen this weapon before.
What does she see, Akerly, if you were to kind of describe this?
Yeah, how big is it?
It's just medium size, and it's like a fortified farmer's tool. So the blade has been sort of sharpened and fortified to do some damage where it has curved along the edge. And then on the handle, it's just wrapped in leather. It's very simple, but very well taken care of and new.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with this kind of weapon, though it does look like it can do some damage.
Yeah,
but if you ever find a teacher, I'd love to learn, and I'm going to hand it back to you.
Thank you.
I'm afraid my weapon has always been an instrument of various choices.
What does that mean?
Instruments. Speaking of instruments, you play instruments.
Are you insinuating that music can kill? Because if that's the case, I'm going to stop listening to it altogether. I mean, a person can never be too safe, I feel like. And that's just the life
in the background as you say this.
Well, music, and Nastriel is gonna eye this sad bard in the corner again and say, good music has the ability to change lives. Whether it's for the better or the worse is up to the one who plays it.
So how do you differentiate between a good music player and a bad music player so my life doesn't get ruined? Let's just say if I walk into a nice, modest tavern and this guy is butchering the music, would that ruin my life? For the worse?
No, but it could ruin your mood. She's gonna eye him again.
I see. I will keep this in mind.
Just, you've heard me play.
You're very talented, by the way.
Thank you. If you think I'm talented, I'm a good musician. Do you think he's talented?
My daddy was a goblin and my mama was a hag.
And she's gonna look at this bard again and be like, this was such a great song 20 minutes ago.
Telling a story? So, who am I to judge? I'm not a musician.
Yeah, I mean, like, he could be good for all I know, and I just don't know.
You never know. I can't judge a person for something I know nothing about, but you know lots of things about music.
Yeah, I literally live under a rock. Is there such a thing as, like, rock music? Because I couldn't dig that.
Masterell's gonna laugh and just say, well, if you're not in the position to judge, then never go up against a musician who's on the other side of the fight.
Deal.
Full of some.
Done. Caspian, take notes. We need to remember that Caspian.
I'm gonna turn
Kind
to
of
him
pops
and
out.
say, have you ever fought a bard?
No, I've never fought a bard. They play instruments.
Why would you fight a person who likes to do nice things for people?
I'm gonna keep looking at him, waiting for him to answer.
David, have I ever fought a bard?
I honestly don't think you probably ever have that I can think of. I'm not sure why you ever would have run into one.
Yeah,
Not like this, right?
right.
Magically
I've fought a lot of
speaking.
things, but not a bard, no.
You've been in a war too?
Not a war, but
A fair few fights.
why do they call you Master Pim? Do you own like land, or do you have a title? I don't understand why everyone calls you Master Pim. Should
Yeah,
I?
I was also curious about that.
Because if
Uh,
so,
Should I be calling you Master Pim?
like
No, you can call me just Pim. That's
thank
more of
goodness,
a
that would have been
formality.
awkward.
I
Don't
kind
want
of
to be disrespectful.
established some of this here, so
Okay,
that's what some people
okay.
call me, but
Pim it is.
The master is well earned, you hear a voice say, and you turn to see Master Quaylen step forward. A sign of respect and of age. He kind of cocks an eyebrow at you, Pim.
He just calls you old.
Perhaps after one has walked the earth for a certain number of years, they deserve a little respect. Not always, I'm sure, but my experience with Pimiver has been that he deserves it, by and large. Do you mind if I join you? He says as he approaches.
please do. I'm gonna move over so there's a chair.
He kind of tucks in, raises a hand to the serving girl who's kind of a little farther away, and he says, "My regular, please." And
Oh, I
and she
totally
kind of
forgot to
nods.
order that for you.
and he kind of looks all of you over. Well, it would seem that everything turned out all right. You're alive, and now that the Kaima is upon you, should be free of much of the suspicion of the Hallowguard and others here in town. Duly appointed, deputized in a way, I suppose. That should be useful, both for this outpost and the noblest cause, he says to you. But yeah, I hope this doesn't feel as if it forced you into decisions that you would not have otherwise made. Are you all comfortable with how things lie?
I had no plans, so this is my plan now.
And the rest of you?
It's a voluntary shackle, but a shackle nonetheless.
Wise. A wise way to look at it. I would be lax not to advise you to take everything with a grain of salt in this place and on this front. For a front it is. We are at the forefront of a sort of war. a different sort of war. The war officially ended in Andromar several years ago, a couple of years ago. But we are in the forefront of battle nonetheless, and that war is with dark and dangerous things. But I've found that anywhere that there is power, or pride, or ambition, you must always be wary of those that you are in contact with. Trust is sometimes hard to come by, as I think you learned today. He kind of looks at you, Pim, and says, "I am very sorry, by the way. I thought he was being honest."
So did I.
I've already spoken with Cole and his father, and he's going to pay his penance here at Quaylen's Rest for the next little while. I've been needing an extra couple of hands around the farm here to help accomplish things that I am running out of time and energy to do myself with the upswing of administrative duties. So I think I might be able to straighten out his soul, so to speak, or at least help to hammer out some of the more shadowed dents in it anyways.
The sad attitude when one feels like they're cornered and have no choice.
I am grateful to you for the effort that you went to seek to keep him out of larger trouble. The Hallowguard does take things rather seriously when it rubs up against the safety and protection of the people in this outpost. Could have been treated very poorly if things had gone that way. I think this will accomplish the same end, to reform him, shall we say, with less of a traumatic impact on his life or that of his father. So for that I am grateful to you. Other people, other adventurers in your place might have done differently. And I hope ultimately that it will pay off for you in the end. Well, your food comes about this time, and she sets the food down on the table in front of you. The smell of stewed vegetables and kind of rich broth kind of wafting up in your direction. She drops a couple of loaves of very thickly crusted bread at the center of the table for all of you, and a variety of drinks. She places the two waters and the billyberry juice, and Asriel and Pim, you can smell kind of a honeyed liquor coming out of your drinks, kind of a honey mead kind of in your drinks. They're all set down before you. I wanted to provide you with as much guidance as I can moving forward. You have entered into service as a venturing hand, and it happened all very quickly, and want to make sure that you have some guidance moving forward from here. Do you plan on leaving right away?
I think the first matter of business is to figure out where exactly it is that we're going.
Exactly. I have to admit, after today, after hearing of what you have done and what you've been through, hearing the success of the oath-taking, it seems that Davet has blessed you in some way. That's partly why I'm here. Perhaps I can point you in a direction that would be good for you and the noblest cause, and perhaps for me as well, if that is amenable to you. I'll be honest with you, most of those who have gone out as venturing hands have not gone very far afield from Baronhold. And that is mostly due to it's due to a few facts, really. Most of what has been done in terms of clearing out things that are dangerous in the Wyver Wood, which is what the wood beyond Baronhold here to the east, between here and the mountains, has come to be called the Wyver Wood, this kind of triangle of forest. Most that has been done has been little more than removing bears and wolves and boars and such things, kind of trying to thin out the herd, so to speak, to make moving in and reclaiming and maybe settling homesteads in those areas a little less dangerous. Beyond just perhaps a mile or two up the walls of Barenhold, things become much dicier in ways that are hard to predict and understand. Mostly those that have gone beyond that mile mark or so have run into additional problems. One of the primary sources of those problems seems to be that the Wyver Wood has become infested with flying serpents. Little more than snakes with wings, but they do bite, and their poison is dreadful, and people have had to retreat for healing and help relatively soon after entering into that section. But I won't lie, one of the other issues that we've run into is that many of those that have entered into the Wyver Wood beyond that point, things have happened to them. As they walk, they will suddenly discover that their items have gone missing, that weapons have been removed somehow. As they sleep at night, suddenly their possessions will no longer be in their possession, and they've had to return to restock and re-equip themselves. In extreme situations, there are those who, upon entering certain stretches of the Wyver Wood, have very suddenly fallen into what appears to be some sort of magically induced sleep, and found themselves waking up half a day's travel back in the direction of Barenhold once again. There are things there that do not wish for people to enter too far. None of these people have been killed, just their things taken from them, and this sleep turning them and moving them backwards once again. There are other things out there, I'm sure, that are dangerous beyond this mischief, but we can't seem to pass the mischief, if you get my meaning. So many of these have traveled inwards just through the forest on foot. Not many of them have access to other ways. I know that you, Pim, have traveled up the river just a little farther from here.
Yes, I have.
How far have you been able to make it up the river from here thus far?
I think the farthest I've gone so far is about a 2 days journey up ahead. I haven't gone much past that.
I see. And I imagine even from the river things are dark and a bit sketchy, but you've managed to push that far.
Yes.
It would seem that is probably the best option, would be to travel up the river in that direction as far as you can before you try to cut into the forest from there. It is in this direction that I wish to send you, if that is possible. I am in search of an old family mine of sorts. Barenhold, whether you know it or not, was under the responsibility and stewardship of my ancestor, an ancient ancestor at this point. His name was Asaphet Quaylen. He settled here with just a simple homestead, made a place for himself, and it was when he discovered the presence of some precious metals on the land here that things began to really pick up, and he had to increase the capacity of those helping to develop this resource, and then bureaucracies in order to manage the trade and the passage of all of these things. And before we knew it, a small town had sprung up, which became a barony eventually at one point, of which I now have the title, although nothing more than a title. I know it seems strange to call me baron. Most call me mayor instead. But I would like to return this area to its former glory and greatness. I think to do that, I'll need to tap back into the resource that fed the economy of this place and drew people here to begin with. It is a place where platinum was found, which is a rather rare metal and valuable for a variety of reasons, both for currency and for armor and weapons and a variety of other things. But it is to be found a ways into the Wyver Wood. traveling a couple of days up the river, one would still need to exit and travel even farther through the forest to perhaps find access to this place, and see if they could maybe track it down and get it pegged down on a map properly again. The maps that we have were made in times different than now and are not quite as accurate, but I could point you in the general direction of this place. And if you could find and verify the location of it, perhaps bring back proof in some way, I'd be able to I'd be willing to reward you greatly, and I'm sure that would go a long way towards helping the noblest cause. What else you might find or confront or defeat along the way would go towards beginning to line your pockets in ways that will help you settle down here as well, and make a space for yourself and a name for yourself. But that may serve maybe as a point B along which you might travel in your other pursuits, and in the end, again, be good for you and for me as well as for the noblest cause in the end. Does that make sense? Do you have any questions about that? What are your thoughts? Does that seem like a stretch? From what I hear, you handled yourselves fairly well as a unit. And given some of the additional blessings and benefits that you've received, think that you may have a better chance than even some moving forward. And I will not lie, excuse me. Several of you are gnomes, and I don't know if you know this, but it is said that the homeland of the gnomes, Endelwyn, lies to the east of us here somewhere. I think there may be some chance, even if nothing more than just by intuition, based on heritage and the blood that you bear within you, that there might be a bit of a better chance that you'll make it a little farther than others have with your particular sets of skills. It would seem your skills go beyond just hacking and swinging swords and axes and other such things, which seems to be what most of the other venturing hands that come through here do. And I think it may take more than brute strength to push beyond this barrier where things seem to go missing and people seem to be taking naps without meaning to, if you get my meaning.
Yeah.
So to recap, you want us to travel upriver, correct me, is that right?
For the first leg, yes.
And to go discover the location of your family mine. And then come back and report to you. And kill things on the way.
And this could be more of a long-term goal. It may take more than one outing to find and learn ways and clear space along the path to get there. It is not something that needs to be done all at once, but I would be extremely grateful if you could begin to find the way to this place, begin to get a sense of what obstacles may stand between us and there, and help me to find my way back to that spot. Any information that you could bring me, any inroads that you could make, would go a long way towards blessing the establishment here, the outpost that we are trying to revivify.
You want us to do this all under the guise of the noblest cause. Yeah, aside from slaying a handful of small monsters, how is this helping the noblest cause?
Well, I would never ask you to go against the cause to which you have sworn an oath, and it would seem that you have done so virtuously, or you would not have been blessed in the way that you have. I am simply seeking to align the noblest cause with a cause that is near and dear to my heart. And I would say that my understanding of the cause is that by resurrecting the barony of old Quaylin and reestablishing the settlement here and the flow of resources and the economy in this place, would go a long way towards redeeming the peoples of Andromar and reclaiming the land in this area. It will bring more people in, and as you recall from the Noblest Cause, the Bower King seems extremely interested in finding the old lost places and restoring what was lost, and this barony is one of those things. And I just do not see that I'll be able to get this barony back up to what it needs to be until I once again have access to what was once the lifeblood of this place. I want there to be something remaining once the soldiers move out, if that makes sense. Because for now, the entire thrust of what's happening here, the economy of everything, all of it, is centered simply around the idea of adventurers going and trying to clear out these dangerous things. What I want is something that will remain once we've moved on from here to other places to do those things. In the process, you will clear out very dark and dangerous things, I believe, and you can do that. I'm simply maybe giving you a direction in which to thrust your spear, so to speak. Destroying, slaying, clearing things out, which is largely what the venturing hands are doing for Davet at this point. But also bigger picture, which I think I can trust you all to be a part of.
I'm willing if the rest of the party is.
I don't see anything wrong with it, honestly. I mean, helps the noblest cause. And we might find some stuff about gnomes, which I don't think is a bad thing.
Yeah, gnomes are nice.
They make magic bread, I hear, too.
Yeah, that's a little off and on, which you think would be like, all like 100% one answer, but I feel like it's pretty 50-50, so who knows? There might be magic bread in the woods.
There's no magic bread.
But you live with rocks. What if they're in the trees?
Again, I know some things about forest gnomes, and I never heard about anyone making magic bread.
Well,
That doesn't mean you couldn't be the first.
exactly.
I just don't see it unless you're some magical person who decided I'm gonna make this bread magical for some random reason because, yeah.
I'm gonna make this
eat
bread
this
magical
bread.
for some random reason.
I'm just
I'm
saying,
gonna-
if you had magic, why would you waste putting it into some bread that's gonna be gone in 2 seconds?
I think we're all agreeing that we have to go to the woods, kill some monsters, find the mine, and figure out if there's magic bread or not.
If you do run into a group of gnomes that make magic bread, let me know. We can forget the whole mine business. That could be a gold mine all of itself.
I think so too.
I like you. I'm gonna look at Master Quaylen.
Well, I appreciate it. To be liked by one such as you, I'm sure won't go amiss.
I'm just gonna wink and say, "Fine, you've won me over. I'll go too."
Acrely?
Insight check real quick, because last time we trusted someone who betrayed us.
But
Not
Yep.
wrong.
Warm
See,
up that
it's
insight.
wrong.
I'll let two of you do insight checks if you'd like to. So choose who you would like to insight
who
check.
has highest insight?
I have a +4 on it.
Oh, I have a +3, so you're higher than me.
Yeah, I have a 3.
Acrely?
I only have a +1.
Okay.
Oh, Acrely
So
should
just
know.
for this time, Wicket and Anazriel, why don't you guys go ahead? I think those were the highest, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Insight check.
I already said I have a
3!
You got a 3?
23.
Oh, I'm like,
20.
you would have had to roll like a
God.
-1. How is that even possible? Okay, we're gonna
I got a 17.
talk to you about how
rolled
dice
a nine.
work.
Rolled a 19 +4 for 23.
Nice. I have a 17.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, with the 23, as you've listened to Quaylen, kind of paying keen attention, watching his body language, the way his eyes look kind of directly at all of you as he speaks, they don't shift around at all. You get the sense that unless he is an exceedingly good liar, that he seems to be 100% sincere with everything that he's talking to you about here. He seems to be genuinely interested in getting Baron Hold up and running, and genuinely believes that in order to do that, he needs to tap into this old resource, and genuinely thinks you guys might have a shot to get a little farther in than other people have in the past.
Well, then I'm gonna speak up and say, you seem like a pretty cool dude, I guess, and not so skeevy like some other people we've met. So I guess if everyone else is cool and wants to, then I'll go ahead and go along with you, since you seem pretty legit to me.
Cool dude.
I'm gonna eye Akerly, because I know that that's who Wicket's really talking about when she says everyone else.
I'm gonna say we'll probably rest for tonight, but where would you like us to report tomorrow morning?
Well, I have an office attached to the back of the inn. You can walk around and find me there. I'll give you in the morning, when you're prepared to leave, a map, a crude map, the best map that we have, where we've taken my steward. You met a Leprian earlier today, has done his best to compare the old maps with newer-ish maps and kind of guesstimate where he believes things might be, to the best of our ability. And so it will help guide you, I hope, to a degree, and you can fill things in as you go. So come to me in the morning, and I will provide you with this map, and yeah, that should get you on your way. You may want to stop back by the House of Davet. They, if you're interested, they have the treasury is there, the place where they gather in all things that are found, artifacts and whatnot that are found outside. They take them in and they analyze them there, and also it's where you'll be paid for things that you find, or information that you find, or things that you destroy. You will report there again when you are done. But things that they don't deem to have any known significance culturally or historically are there, and so they may have access to a few things that they'd be willing to part with if you have the coin. I'm not sure where you stand in terms of cash, but there might be a few things, maybe a potion or two that might help you along.
I'm gonna smile as he says this and say, it's not in terms of where we stand with cash, and I'm gonna look at him and say, but where our backer stands.
Ooh. Yeah, I am going to have you roll persuasion. Man, that is dead on. Just because I'm inspired by this character choice that you're making here, I'm going to give you advantage on this roll.
Money, 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 money.
Hold on. Persuasion. I have a 19.
19. He kind of sits back, and you see his eyes kind of squint at you. Deep kind of brown eyes that are kind of flickering with the firelight across from him. Very well. I suppose that makes quite a bit of sense. Much of what I hope to accomplish here depends on you successfully finding these mines and putting me back in connection with them. So it only makes sense that I would seek to support you in this endeavor. It might, and he kind of looks around, we wouldn't want all of the venturing hands to suppose that I am favoring one over the others. But I'll see what I can do. Come visit me tomorrow morning, and I'll have made my final decision in terms of what I might be able to help you with.
I'm gonna smile and nod and kind of lift my glass towards him.
He lifts his in return.
And then take a sip of it and go, I don't want this, and pass it to Pim.
Character choice. Who just decided she doesn't like honey mead? Awesome. Well,
When I said something strong, I wasn't talking about sugar.
Well, I'll send her back around with something else. Well, if that's all for now, I'll let you enjoy your meal and get a good night's rest. Oh, one last thing. He actually turns and looks at you eagerly.
Oh no.
You're keeping a horse in my stable, yes?
I am.
I wasn't sure if you would be planning on taking your mount with you on this next leg of the journey or not. I suppose it wouldn't be impossible to do so.
Oh, she would hate me if I left her behind.
I see. Quite a personality, I suppose, this horse has.
You could say so, but I'll leave that to your judgment.
It's a personality.
I see. Well, I suppose there might be ways to help the situation. Let me think on it. From what I understand, Pim, your boat runs the river well. Whether or not it can take a horse on top of the five of you as well, I guess, would be the question. And then once you enter into the forest, I'm sure she'll be able to make her way, except in the sketchiest of places. So as long as you are in the open. So think upon it, and I shall too. And I will see you all in the morning, bright and early. First thing. So, and he kind of pushes back. He grabs the food that was put in front of him. I think I'll finish this in my office. And he turns and winds his way off through the common room and out through the door into the back.
I turn to Wicket, and I lean in, and I whisper, "We're going to be on Pim's boat tomorrow."
I know. I was trying so hard not to say anything.
I know.
Bitsy's gonna lean over with both hands and grab Nasriel's cup and towards her.
And I'm gonna lift it out of her hands as it passes under me.
Quiet! Gross! It's curiosity!
Curiosity killed the cat, and I'm gonna down it in one motion and slam the mug back on the table.
I'm gonna make eye contact with Pim and then start leaning towards his drink.
I'm gonna pick up mine and do the same thing.
I'm going to have the two of you both do a constitution saving throw for me. I'm not
See
sure
what
this
he
is
says
exactly
about
how,
safety?
I don't know how this is how it works, because you're putting it so much down so fast. We're just going to see how you react. I'll look up exactly how this works some other time, but for now, just constitution saving throw. Let's see.
I just roll a normal d20 and then add.
And then on your character
Whatever.
sheet,
The
there is a
Constitution.
saving throw section on the left-hand
Oh, yeah.
side, and one of them should be constitution.
Saving throw modifiers.
I don't think it's
Oh
fair.
dang, son! I
said
just
you
rolled a
didn't like
natural
it?
20. I have a 22.
Yep, Nazriel could hold her liquor. Pim, how'd you do?
I got a 19.
Oh, gotcha.
We
Yeah.
can both hold our liquor. I'm gonna high five you, man.
Bitsy will never know because none of you care. None of you care. None of you care.
How old you are? Ikerly pointed that out to me earlier.
I'm old enough to drink.
You don't
obviously.
look it.
Is that because of my stature? You know?
Did
All
I
gnomes
bring
are
size
small.
into this?
Right, Wicket? All gnomes are small.
Yeah.
All gnomes are small. We all can look young.
Dwarves are small too, but they drink.
Exactly.
I look at Pim and say, "So are halflings."
Yes, but I'm also the oldest of the group.
See, this isn't a matter of
Although I feel like I can give you a run for your money on that end. Even though I don't look it.
Age doesn't determine drinking ability, okay?
Right in the middle of this very intense argument. We'd be like, I can't take this anymore, and stand up and storm over to the bar.
To the bar?
The bard.
Bard playing.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, he's still plunking away in the corner, to the delight of some and the consternation of many. And yeah, you hear him kind of wrapping up his song. Well, you're haggard as can be, and she turned to him and said, you're a goblin, yes sirree, and that's where I'll leave this song off. Down, down. Sorry, it's just the best I could do. So he kind of like, there's a smattering kind of applause, and he's like, work in progress, he says, and he kind of turns and eyes you as you come up.
Hi, I'm gonna smile.
Can I help you?
The real question is, can I help you?
Are you a fan?
Well, I'm gonna stop, take a deep breath, center myself, and say, are you a fan?
Of myself? That seems a bit self-serving, he says.
You can answer honestly, I won't judge you.
I mean, I'm working on it. I could be better. I know I could be better. My wife tells me every day I could be better.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with your wife. However, I think you have a decent voice. I happen to be a bard.
Really?
I'd like to coach you for a minute, if that's okay.
I suppose so.
All right. I'm gonna step up onto the stage next to him and kind of do a there pat on on his back.
He kind of
like
scoots his stool over on the thing.
I'm gonna slide my sleeve up and like wipe the tears away.
Thanks.
Be like, you're on stage, man. First rule of a bard: never forget that you have an audience. Smile.
It's a bit scary. He's gonna like to the crowd.
We'll work on it.
He's trying to like in between a smile and a sob.
Why don't you run through? Do you know another song?
Let's see. I've got Kobolds Ate My Horsey. I've got Halfling Harmonies.
Halfling Harmonies. That sounds lovely. Let's go with that. I happen to be friends with a halfling. He's over there. And I'm going to point at Pim and then wave and go, hi, Pim! From the stage.
All of us are just like sitting here like.
We just nod.
Those are my friends. I'm going to like announce from the stage.
Must be nice to have friends. He kind of looks up at you and down. Well, Halfling Harmonies it is. Problem is it's all about the harmonies. Just one voice is gonna make it. I'll give it a try, he says, and he kind of sits down.
I'll accompany you. I'm gonna pull up a stool and sit next to him.
He readjusts himself and kind of puts his fingers on the strings and kind of clink. Oh, sorry. And he kind of reaches up to like the kind of notchy peg things and kind of.
I'm gonna look at his instrument, and you can see like something's going through my head, and then I'm gonna sigh and say, "Try this one," and I'm gonna pull out my lyre and hand it to him.
Interesting. He's like, that's a great piece of equipment right there. Are you sure?
Just be careful. I'm
treat it
gonna like say that through a gritted teeth smile.
He kind of pulls the lute down.
And I'm gonna pull out my pan flute and say,
good.
I'll follow your lead.
Puts his fingers on it, and you see him kind of take a deep breath, and he launches into a song. It's simple, this one. Before he was doing a lot of kind of trying to do a lot of picking, kind of kind of stuff. This one is more a thing of chords, and so he kind of launches into kind of some simple chords, and he's kind of strumming. You hear him kind of feeling out the instrument, and the chords are competent as he kind of strums them in a certain order. You see him be surprised by the sound coming from his general direction from this instrument. He kind of looks up at you with kind of a half-excited smile on his face, and
I'm gonna be quietly coaching him from the side, doing things like, all right, remember to be gentle in your strumming, kind of like when you run your hand through water.
And you see him kind of trying to
Don't
adjust.
forget to breathe.
Trying to adjust through this. I don't think there's like a skill for like teaching, but let's just have you do a general. That should be a thing in D&D. If it's not, I'll have to look that up. How you would handle teaching somebody something. There's probably a way to do it. I'll have to make that into some sort of a thing that I do.
What am I rolling?
Let's just have you do. Let's see, the closest thing that we could. Animal handling? No, you're not. He's not an animal, so that doesn't make sense at all. Let's just have you kind of do a general intelligence check. Just roll a d20 and add your intelligence modifier to see if you can kind of competently kind of work through this. And go ahead and add, because you've been in scenarios like this before, go ahead and add a proficiency bonus to it. So do an intelligence check plus a d20 intelligence modifier plus your proficiency bonus, and I will research this for realsies for later.
Bonus for that. I have a 21.
Awesome.
Ooh,
So over the course of the next kind of little while with you coaching, he doesn't sing or anything yet. He's just kind of working through, getting a feel for the lute and playing through the chords. And you see a significant amount of improvement pretty quickly with just a few tweaks in terms of like technique. He seems to be pretty good at finding the chords and things, but a few tweaks in technique, and suddenly the sound coming from the lute is quite a bit better than it was before. You see his confidence kind of increasing a bit too as he sees that people are kind of perking up around the room and kind of looking in your direction. And
while I'm coaching him and he's doing what I tell him, I'm gonna be messing around with his lute, getting ready to play it.
Okay, with the banjo-y thing that he has?
Yeah, whatever instrument it was.
Yeah. So you kind of are tweaking it and kind of trying to take a look at it, maybe tuning it a little bit and things like that to try and get the most out of it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crude and very rudimentary, but you've got a good ear, so you're able to kind of get the strings where you want them to be in terms of tune very quietly on the side. He actually begins to sing once he's got a bit of his confidence underneath him, begins to sing some words. And it's kind of a very kind of lovely, melancholy sort of ballad about a pair of halflings who kind of are alone, and each verse kind of follows the course of each halfling's kind of life alone, and how they are getting through life, but they feel kind of unfulfilled, and they're each doing their things in a variety of kind of little scenes that get painted in the story, until you get to a verse where the two of them meet each other. And in the place where they meet each other, this is where the harmony would kind of kick in as the two voices kind of come together and meet as one, and it's this idea of them finding each other and finding joy in that moment. It's a very beautiful, kind of lovely little ballad that tells a story that turns out to be a bit of a love story.
I'm gonna come in when they meet with his instrument and accompany him singing.
Sounds good. And it's easy enough to accompany, especially in the kind of chorus. There's been a kind of chorus that is repeated through after each of these verses. And as they come together, there's this chorus that repeats itself. And as a bard, you would have basically memorized it the first time around from a lyrical point of view. I'm just going to see if he bombs. He actually rolls a pretty decent performance on this. So So he's doing pretty well. Why don't you go ahead and roll a performance check for me as well to see how well you accompany him.
I have an 18.
Awesome. Yeah, so you guys listen, and again, his voice seems to grow in confidence as he kind of meets your voice in that chorus, and you guys sing together. A few little sketchy moments that seem to resolve themselves over time as he gets through this simple song. And yeah, by the end, you've got a pretty rapt audience here in the room, outside of your friends, people that have stopped, some of them with their spoons kind of halfway to their mouths as they're like, oh, and kind of appreciating the song, until you wind your way down to the end of this story about these two halflings. And for the sake of alliteration, whoever wrote this song named them Harvey and Hillary, and they are two halflings that sing together. Yeah, you come to an end. The notes kind of ring out into the silence of the room, and as soon as it happens, you get a hearty round of applause, some clinking of fists on tables, and so on and so forth. And he turns and looks up to you. Well, that wasn't half bad, was it?
That was beautiful. And I'm gonna stand up and take a bow on the stage and say it was an honor to accompany my friend here.
He stands up.
I am gonna kind of tug him up too and have him take a
He
bow.
kind of looks around and kind of brushes his shirt, and he kind of does like a little kind of half bow as well. Everybody.
I'm gonna trade instruments with him now.
No. He takes back his lute, which is much better tuned than it used to be at this point. He kind of turns to look at you and says, "Thank you very much. It was an honor," he says.
I'm gonna smile and nod and say, "You're an excellent student. I hope you go far."
Well, we'll see, I suppose. And he kind of turns and kind of plucks the strings a little as he kind of walks towards the door. He's mood brightened. You see a couple of people press what appears to be a few coppers, maybe a silver or two, into his hands as he passes through the crowd, and he kind of shiny-eyed kind of thanks them for it and shakes their hand and puts it in his pocket as he leaves the space. So yeah,
I'm gonna go back to the table and sit down and just go and just look around. Say, what did you think?
That was beautiful. It was so good. I think so anyway. I mean, again, I'm not the best judgment, but I think it was great.
Thank you.
Tim just nods along in agreement.
Why'd you do that for him?
Why shouldn't I have?
I mean, you didn't know him, and he's a perfect stranger.
He was doing decently enough on his own.
I'm gonna chuckle and say, I come from a background where rhythm is important. And the world is made up of rhythms. If there is a mistake in the melody, then as a bard, I feel obligated to help correct it. Now, it's hard to decide for oneself what is considered a mistake. But when I see a fellow bard who can't captivate his audience, that's a pretty good indicator to me that I should step in and help him. Because the rhythm of Andalamar is all about different melodies and notes working together.
So you're a perfectionist.
So what?
So you're a perfectionist.
Yep, that's
I mean,
what she
in some
got.
way.
That's what she got from that.
I'm just gonna laugh really loudly. See, I've never had that taken that way, but I guess you could. Whether I'm truly a perfectionist or not, we'll have to wait and see.
I thought it was really good. I think it was better when there was 2 in 1, and he might have to find a business partner if he wants to get serious about his profession.
I think that's the most mature thing you've said today.
You obviously do not listen hard enough, Akerly.
No, you're right. The magic bread part was the most mature thing you said today. I'm wrong.
That was not mature.
Wicked.
I'd like some
I
meat.
mean, it was a very significant point that she made when she said, you live under rocks and it could be in the trees.
Yes, the bread is in the trees.
It could be. I did not say it was.
I think all the bread stuff was not accurate. And
You don't know. You've never met a person who can
I've
make
met a lot more gnomes than you have.
none who can make magical bread. So we're equals in that.
So logically, you can make the assumption that most likely magic bread doesn't exist from gnomes.
It could though.
I mean, in other stories, it probably comes from elves. I'm just gonna chime in from the side as I look at Pam.
Isn't there something about elves wearing pointy shoes or something?
Why do we always forget about humans? Like, why is it always elves or gnomes or people with beautiful green skin? Like, why do we always overlook the humans?
Beautiful.
We're
and I'm
cool
gonna
too.
lean forward.
We're cool too, okay?
I think you're awesome. I think you're magnificent.
I'm your number one fan!
I've heard the only thing you get right is the alcohol, and I'm not allowed to have any of that apparently, so I'm not impressed.
Even though she's over 50 years old.
I'm 53, okay? I would like some of whatever she had. Whoever brings the strong stuff.
You hear a voice. I'm sorry, dearie, we don't serve minors.
Nasriel is just gonna laugh really loudly and kind of bang the table with her fist. She covers her mouth. And say, see, it's not just me.
What would be the appropriate drinking age for gnomes? Out of character.
I'd have to double check to do the math. I think you basically have just breached kind of out of young.
I'm an adulted gnome.
You're like a 20-ish year old, I think,
Yeah.
in gnomish terms right now.
20-ish,
So.
not 21.
So it'd be like somewhere between 50 and 60 probably would be.
Human years, I'm definitely there.
Because if she's 53 and I'm 60, then I'm like old enough.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm taller.
But
So, according to elf and
it should
humans,
be an
that's the only thing that
unspoken
matters.
rule. I think it should be an unspoken rule that we can't let Bitsy drink, but Wicket's allowed to.
But Wicked doesn't want to, but Bitsy does.
Yeah, but you're allowed to.
But I'm allowed to, and that's the thing we're gonna rub in the face.
Because all I'm hearing is that your age is 20-ish in human years, and that's not 21.
And mine is 21, basically.
20-ish is definitely not 20, so I feel like it's closer to 21 than any other age.
But maybe it's
Close
just closer
to,
to
but
20.
not quite.
Like it's almost 20.
Betsy's just
It's
gonna
like,
do
this is the moment where you're 20 and a half.
And
You're gonna pass her the water and say, "You can have my water."
I have water!
You want some of my juice, Bitsy?
But now you have two. Does that make you feel better?
Tim's gonna push over his empty cup and then laugh slightly.
Betsy's gonna take Wicket's juice.
Wicked's
Sounds
just
good.
gonna pat her back.
You know what? I am terrible at making you guys pay for things. I'll figure out next time how much you've spent on food and board and stuff like that. So I think
Oh,
I
if I'm
do
paying for
actually
this, I should
have.
probably
I think I do actually have that somewhere here. Hold on.
Do I have money?
You should, yeah, you should have money in your.
You
on
did
your
also
character
get money
sheet, so-
from the bodies last time too that we still
Yeah,
have.
Achilles got.
Did you put that? But did you put that into your equipment?
I didn't put it in my thing, but I do have it written on here how much we had.
So we'll get
I'll
that
put it in
updated.
my.
I'll take a peek on the break and see kind of what it runs. I think it's
Where
on
do
this
I
thing
find my
that I have.
money?
So
I'll put it in my equipment, Rachel, real
Yeah.
quick.
in your equipment tab on your character sheet on D&D Beyond, you'll see currency in that top corner. It'll be listed out.
I have 0 money
So
across all of them. It just has a dash.
so it probably didn't get input properly on your side. So we'll get all
Okay,
that
so
squared
we'll
away
get
moving
that.
forward, so we can take it more seriously, because I think it will be fun to play with in the games. So
Right,
But-
this is where my persuasion skills will come in handy. This is why I never pay for anything myself.
right,
just made fun.
right. She's made it on the goodness of others this whole time.
I just put it in, so we're good.
Okay. Well, hey, I think that we will probably leave you all at the table here for the remainder of the evening, however long you guys want to continue to kind of jaw and talk and get to know each other and drink or not drink into the evening. And is there anything that anyone wishes to do or specifically wanted to say or talk about prior to you guys heading to your rooms and bedding down for the night to get a good long
I'm
rest?
gonna go make sure my horse got fed.
Okay.
That she was taken care of. So I'm gonna wave goodbye and good night to the others and go see my horse.
Okay.
Bitsy's gonna get up and be like, I'm gonna go hit the sack. Think it's better if we get up early tomorrow. But I personally get up with the sun on most days, so I don't know if any of you guys are morning people. I forget that we met just this morning, in fact. But yeah.
What time do we want to meet?
Let's say like just right after the sun gets up. So
Okay.
yeah.
Just meet downstairs for breakfast.
Good idea. And Bitsy's gonna head off to her room.
Okay.
I'm going. Is there like a courtyard place?
Yeah, there's it's not like an official kind of courtyard, like kind of landscaped in kind of area, but there is there's an open space in front that has been cleared out as a bit of a lawn where you can walk up and get a bit of an overlook to the valley below. And there is there's a bit of a space in the back, but it's mostly taken up with you can see like kind of piles of wood that has been split and kind of left there. If you went beyond that a little ways, there's an orchard of trees and a few things up behind with a bit of a view.
Can I head there?
Sure. You bet. So first and
Like,
foremost,
is that a
Acre.
place that's allowed for people to go?
Yeah. You can definitely wander back through there. So real quick, Akerly, you head out to the stable. Once again, you feel dawn in your mind before you reach there. That kind of warmth blooming in the back of your mind, and you can sense a bit of antsiness in the back of your head. She's satisfied in a way. You can tell she's been well taken care of, but you get the sense that she's a bit antsy, having been in the stall all day long here as you approach. But yeah, you feel her before you see her. She's actually waiting with her head kind of out over the door of the stall as you approach her.
Hey there, girl. Long day?
Hey.
Oh, so now you do horse noises. Okay.
There you go. That's for you. That's for you.
You sing an ugly bard song and you make the sounds of a ferret, but it takes you 3 episodes to make the sounds of a horse.
Right.
Our DM's the greatest.
Yeah.
Stop doing that.
Yeah. I drink.
Remember this when a dangerous situation arises, David.
Yep. I drank too much Dasani before the stream. I'm a little, feeling a little loose with my lyricality. But anyway.
Have you been fed yet? Fed well?
She kind of bobs her head, her kind of white halfling mane shaking. She stamps the ground and you get a strong kind of sense that she's not hungry, just a little cooped.
Is there like, I know that this morning, like, we went to a hill, but is there just like an open field around here?
The closest thing is outside the stable. There is a kind of a corral, a fenced in, kind of split rail fenced in area that they kind of let run other horses in, or let other horses kind of roam in, that's connected to the stables.
What do you say we tear up some dirt?
She kind of taps her feet on the ground, adamantly, kind of firmly, a little nudge to the door with her body.
I open the gate and I start saddling her and prepare to go ride her.
Okay. You put the saddle upon her, tighten the girth strap, no bridle, no reins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Climb up into the saddle and exit out into the corral. And you guys spend time. The sun is heading towards going down. It's kind of the end of the day, and you spend a decent amount of time kind of riding the horse around and spending time with Dawn this evening.
Yep, and that's all I do. I
Okay.
just ride her for a long while in the quiet, just practice our gallop and our trot.
Sounds good. She very much appreciates it. You can tell, kind of being out and getting the workout in. And you also get a sense she does appreciate kind of the view of the place, that she's kind of enjoying seeing the view around. So awesome. Anazriel, did you want to do anything in particular on the kind of little hill in the orchard behind the house?
I am going to do my end of day routine, which is I'm going to sit and compose.
Okay.
So about the day's events, I'm going to compose things about, I'm probably going to compose some form of epic poem or some form of ballad about each of the people I've met today. So one for each of our party.
Okay.
This is kind of my way of processing what happens to me during the day.
Okay.
And committing things that I see as important or want new perspectives on to memory. So I'm going to compose about each of my party members. I'm going to compose something about our battle in the woods. I'll probably even compose some form of something about Cole and his father. But I'm going to sit on the ground. You said there's trees here?
Yeah, there are a few trees, and you're heading into the end of the summer, so trees are heading into their kind of autumn kind of foliage. But they're the kind of the smaller, shorter, slightly more stunted trees of fruit trees in the orchard here. Variety of them that grow here, but yeah, a bit bushier than normal.
I'm gonna find whatever tree looks comfiest, and I'm gonna sit on the ground with my back against one of the trees and kind of spread things out that I'm working on. And after a while, I'm going to pause.
Okay.
And kind of take in nature around me. And as I look at all of these trees, you said it's near the end of the summer, so they're in different colors, right?
Right. Showing my lack of knowledge about types of colors that fruit trees change. I think it's late enough in the summer now that harvesting has begun to wrap up. But there are still leaves on the trees, maybe some color coming into them. You actually have to move a few kind of fallen fruit out of the way on the ground underneath to kind of settle in. And there's that kind of aroma of fruit that's just a day or two beyond being ripe, but it's a good kind of earthy, strong, sweet kind of aroma around you. But
I'm going to consider very thoughtfully, just kind of contemplate the changing of the season, which this reminds me of. And in that moment, I'm actually going to think about my tree. I don't know what my tree looks like, David. as I went to describe it, and then I was like, what does my tree look like?
I think
So I'm gonna let you describe said tree.
Right. So you close your eyes and kind of think on your tree. And do you imagine it how you saw it last?
Yeah.
So you imagine it how you saw it last, which was a strong transition. You first see it in your mind in its wintry form, the ground around it kind of barren and cold, snow drifted up in places around, free of its leaves. It is a large, very large, imposing oak tree. And it has a very thick trunk with long kind of reaching roots, large roots that spread and then dive into the ground around. Big enough for a largish, mediumish person like yourself to curl up in, kind of in and against and amongst the roots, with a large branching, characteristic shape of that oak tree above it. And you see it first in its winter form, its trunk kind of cold and gray, its branches bare. And then you remember the sudden change, kind of play back through the sudden change as it shifted from its winter to its spring form. First the blossoms, then the buds, then the leaves appearing on its branches. And then growing thick with leaves that are the green of spring, the bright, new, almost limey green of new leaves that have kind of deepened out. And the landscape changing all around, thawing, and the snow kind of melting away, even some wildflowers appearing around it, even though it technically wasn't spring when you saw it last. The tree went into its full spring mode, and the land within a certain space around it also matched that season. And you see yourself kind of standing under it, the sweet kind of smell of blossoming things kind of wafting through the air, a bit of a warm, kind of a lukewarm breeze blowing through your memory of what you kind of felt in that moment at the time.
In my mind's eye, I'm going to circle around the tree.
Okay.
And on a whim, how do I describe this? Kind of psychically put myself out there to see if I can feel my tree. Does that make sense?
Right. No, for sure. Yeah. So you kind of push your consciousness kind of in the direction of the tree, which has a very distinct feel of its own. Let's have you do a wisdom check, if you can, for me. So just a d20, and just add your wisdom modifier, just a straight roll with your wisdom modifier.
I have a 15.
Yeah. You kind of push outward in this image that you craft. You've gotten really good at this kind of mental play where you kind of imagine things in your mind. This is something elves do pretty regularly as they go into their trance in the evening, playing through this. And you push forward. You've felt kind of connections to the tree in the past. You push forward, seeking just a little bit of that. And as you do so, you brush up against another will that is not technically your own, and you feel kind of a hint, the essence of they're more ideas than actual sensations. And the ideas that rush through you as you kind of make a bit of a brush against and a kind of passing connection with the tree are ideas of growth and ideas of change, the idea of new beginning, and a variety of other kind of interconnected thoughts and ideas. And they're very general, kind of high level ideas. Like if you were writing a poem or a song, these would be like themes. They feel like themes to you, not specific verses or specific thoughts or ideas even inside of a song, but a general overarching tone or theme, and they come across in that way, and they feel broad, high level, almost universal in the way that they kind of live inside of the mind or the will or the essence of this tree as you brush up against it. It seems to represent or exude these things kind of in your direction.
I'm gonna emotionally respond with an instinct of anger, kind of, because my tree has brought me so much trouble.
Right.
And it's been a while since I've reached out to said tree. So my instinct is gonna be to suddenly feel angry when I feel its presence in my mind. And I'm gonna try and push through this because it's familiar. And I'm looking for some sense of home. And this is the closest thing I've got.
As you do this, the anger kind of pushes out from you, sharp and crisp, kind of from you in the direction of the tree. Yeah, you feel it react and respond as it senses this. It accepts the anger as it feels it flow out from you. And you feel almost as if the anger is embraced and then swallowed by the entity before you. And in the place of that anger, as this happens, you feel these themes rise up again. And you begin to almost hear them as music in your mind of new beginning and growth and forward kind of momentum. And they eventually kind of metamorphose and kind of transpose themselves into a very solid and strong sense of hope to kind of take the place of the anger that you felt a little bit before. In your mind, you can see in your mind's eye before you the tree shiver almost a little bit. You hear the shiver through the leaves as this hope is kind of pushed back in your direction as a response to the anger.
Without opening my eyes, I'm gonna feel tears come down my cheeks. And I'm going to, in my mind's eye, go to that large kind of root where Bitsy and it was Pim, right, who was with us as well, where they found me curled up not too long ago. And I'm going to curl myself back into that root in my mind's eye and start talking to my tree. Can I really start over? I'm gonna huddle down, kind of overwhelmed by this sense of hope it's sending back to me in these messages of new growths and beginnings.
Right.
And just keep repeating, can I really start over, as I cry into the roots of my tree.
After a while of this taking place, you feel a warmth kind of appear from the surface of the tree behind you. You feel it along the entire length of your body where it's touching the tree. And it spreads over you, and the hope inside of you that you feel, the feeling strengthens until you actually see the image of the sun rising in your mind. And in that moment, you feel what a tree feels whenever the sun rises. You can sense that they experience the 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 moment of the dawn differently than you do. As that warmth reaches, the light and warmth reaches the leaves of the tree, and that light passes down from there in all sorts of intricate kind of systems and workings through the tree, literally feeding it, giving it life and energy. And that image of the dawn hangs in your mind pretty firmly. And I think probably you spend time there. In terms of the tree, that's about all that it gives you. You do feel warm and comforted, and you do spend some time in this hope. Whether it feels like home or not, I think is probably still up in the air. But you do feel.
After a while of experiencing this, I'm gonna kind of pull myself back a little hesitantly, just kind of untrustingly, not used to having these kinds of emotions pushed at me from this tree. I'm gonna pull back and open my eyes, and immediately capture on paper the feeling that a tree feels at dawn. As I compose whatever I've decided to compose in that moment.
Okay.
I'm going to continue to cry, and a little bit of anxiety is going to rise in me, just unsure of whether I can trust this tree. It's kind of a war of emotions between gratitude and distrust. And I'm going to stare at what I've written and think about what I experienced, and then I'm going to rip it up.
What you just composed, you said?
Yeah,
Okay.
the composition about a tree at dawn.
Okay.
I'm going to rip it into quarters and shove it into my pocket, and then I'm going to clean up the rest of my composition stuff and head back inside.
Okay, sounds good. You make your way in. I think everybody makes their way to whatever rooms that they had before, to settle in for the night and try and get as much sleep as they can before the morrow. We'll go ahead and leave there for a break for the next just little bit. We'll step away. I'm going to actually time it this time so that we can be good at this. For 10 minutes. We'll just step away for 10 minutes real quick so that we can stretch and refuel and whatever else we might need to do. And we will meet you all back here on the other side of 10 minutes. Awesome. We will see you in just a few minutes. And we're back. Pretty sure we're back. It's going to be pretty sure for a while until I feel super confident with things. I think I see your faces on the live thing. So welcome back here after the break. Thanks for joining us. We left with everybody hitting the sack for the night. So we will pick up the story with the rising of the new sun and each of you coming to. We've already gotten a peek at your morning routines in our first episode, so we'll kind of push our way past that and say that you all meet up, unless one of you accidentally sleeps in a bunch. You guys decided to meet in the kind of common area, the food place?
Meeting for breakfast.
Okay, so you meet down there. And we'll say easy enough now. You've become an old hands at this eating in the tavern at Quaylen's Rest. You get some breakfast.
Do I get my eggs with tomatoes?
Scarf it down.
That's part of your morning routine now.
Yeah, Quaylen's Rest is literally the best. And they obviously remembered your preference for tomatoes with your eggs. So it came with tomatoes ready to rock and roll already, along with your eggs. So yeah, you guys all watch in fascination as she scarfs a plate of scrambled eggs with diced tomatoes on top of it. And where do you guys go from here? Do you guys head for the office right away?
Head to the office.
Yep.
Who knocks? This is very important.
Did remind me when I persuaded him to back us financially. Did he want us to come to the office first?
He did want you to come first thing in the morning is what he had mentioned, I think. Right, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then I'm going to go there too.
That's good.
So,
okay, so you guys, he told you the office was kind of in the back, asking around a little bit. You're directed to kind of go outside and head around. There's a separate entrance into kind of an office space for him behind the building. You guys head back there. And as you do, as you enter the kind of space, the yard in the back area, you actually hear and then see the figure of Quaylen outside in just kind of a loose shirt and trousers, splitting wood in the back of the building. You see him setting logs up on smaller bits of log up on a large stump, and splitting the wood down in the back, and looking fit for an older guy. He's definitely kind of late 50s probably, heading into his 60s, and seems to stay in relatively good shape. You can see hanging on kind of a post nearby his kind of signature vest, the kind of royal blue with the gold detailing on it. I'm going to assume you guys are text chatting each other again behind the scenes. Oh, okay, good.
I'm just laughing at people's different expressions.
I know. I'm just trying to insight check. What's everybody doing here real quick? So
He wants to know what he's missing.
A little tiny thing. It was nothing.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
I'm going to lean up against the doorway and just say, take this in for a second, and then say, "Morning, handsome."
On any normal occasion, Akeley would have brushed it off, but the scenario we're in, she just goes red as you say this.
You hear a voice from kind of beside you, near the building, in kind of a different direction. So if you're facing the building's on your right. From the right-hand side, you actually hear a voice respond to you. And good morning to you. And as you turn, you see another individual standing kind of in the shadows of the building, kind of leaning up against it, beside you there. This individual is tall, 6'3" tall, relatively tall for a person. Has kind of long black kind of dreadlocked hair that's been kind of pulled up behind him, and in a kind of ponytail, man bun ponytail thing. He's got dark brown skin, and these kind of reddish brown eyes that you can almost see piercing through the shadows in your direction. And he is dressed in military clothing to a degree, but it's kind of an odd style of military clothing. There's kind of a natural, almost organic look to it. He's got kind of normal shirt and stuff. The armor that he's wearing is chitinous. It's almost like hide. It's made from what looks to be hide. It's a very kind of pebbled looking, thick, kind of sturdy looking hide that has kind of a gray color to it, but a kind of a hint of kind of bluish kind of hint to the gray over him, and is sharpening at the moment, kind of holding a sharpening stone to the edge of what looks to be like a hand axe. He's got another axe hanging in his belt and a long sword off to his belt on the other side. And you can see actually from the shadows a little kind of bright pinprick point of an ember almost burning from something that's hanging kind of around his neck. And a small kind of curl of smoke kind of coming up from this thing into the air. And you can smell in the air just a hint of slightly overripe fruit is kind of what it smells. A lot like where you were in the orchard last night, coming from kind of his direction. He kind of is looking up over his hand axe in your direction. And as he responds to your hey handsome thing, and he says, I never turn down compliments this early in the morning, he says.
Clearly you've got a good ego if you think I was talking to you.
Weren't you then? I'm afraid in order to talk to Master Quaylen, one must get through me. So I'm going to assume that your compliment was aimed in my direction.
I'm going to smile and stride towards him and say, well, now it certainly is.
He steps...
Hey, quick out of character question. Do we get our weapons and things back?
Get your weapons. They were taken from you by
But when we went
Sevik?
guards, yeah, someone over there.
Yeah, you have not received them back yet that you know of. So, because you guys didn't go find them at all. So,
What?
We
Yeah.
just totally left our weapon.
Yeah.
Look at those.
So
They're horrible hosts.
don't have them on you,
Give
you
us
guys,
back our stuff. They just sent us on our way.
because you guys ended up at the. Oh wait, your weapons got taken not by the stanchion commander, but by the people at the place. You got them back. Sorry.
Okay.
In my mind, I'm like, well, you would have had to go back over too, but as you were leaving Oathtaker Loson's place, they would have returned those to you. Yep, you're good.
And who might you be?
He steps forward into the kind of full light, and you see just a brilliant smile on his face as he steps forward.
I'm going to match his brilliant smile with a brillianter one.
He kind of does a bit of a kind of a stage bow, kind of cocks his foot out behind him and kind of bows forward, holding his hatchet and his sharpening stone. Smiles at you and says, "My friends call me Igrame, but so do my enemies. So, and what might your name be?"
Yes.
Guessed? Is that what you said, or did you say yes?
I said guess.
He looks at you. I've found that guessing the names of women is a dangerous pursuit in my experience. So I can see that I am not have not earned your trust yet. So until I've earned it, I will just think of your face and wait for your name.
Well,
Would you like me to pass your compliment on to the Baron? Is that what you're here for?
I'll do that myself. It's an Asriel. You can tell him that I've arrived.
Well met, Asriel. And he bows one more time. Wait right here. And he steps past you.
I'm gonna kind of, as he turns to walk away, say to the group behind me, I could get used to men bowing to me.
Yeah, you hear a genuine laugh come from him, from kind of over his shoulder as he's walking towards Quaylen, and then a distant kind of, don't get used to it. And he walks off towards Master Quaylen. Master Quaylen, it would seem that you have company, the company that you were expecting, no doubt. And Master Quaylen kind of leans the axe down. You see him kind of pick up kind of a small, almost like a waiter's towel, and kind of mop his brow. And he reaches out and grabs the vest and pulls it off the post, throws it over his arm. Ah, you've risen early. I'm glad of that. You've met Igrame, I see.
I'm gonna look at him and say, good morning, handsome, to Master Quaylen.
Igrame turns to Master Quaylen out of the corner of his mouth and says, she says that to all the boys.
I mean, they're not wrong.
I'm gonna lean in conspiratorially, look at him, and look back and say, I really do.
There are hearty laughs all around at this display. Well, the day is moving along, Quaylen says. Why don't you join me in my office, and we'll see what we can do to hurry you on your way. Igrame nods. It was nice to meet you. I will be standing by the door. If I hear you try to kill him, I will destroy you. And he kind of winks and steps back towards the building and leans back into the shadow and kind of kind of goes back to...
I'm going to laugh and just say, oh dear, whatever will I do? If I tried to kill him, you'd never know. And I'm going to follow Master Quaylen.
He nods at you all as you approach. And Quaylen enters into a side door, into a kind of a small attached section of the building, kind of a low single-story section that kind of juts out from behind the building. And you step up a step or two into the door and enter into a space with kind of many windows around the outside of it to let in plenty of light in the early morning. And it is a decent workspace. It is lined with kind of well-crafted wooden drawer cases along the side with small kind of drawers inside of them. You can see above these, where there aren't windows, there are maps, many maps pinned to the wall. You see a large table kind of set in the center, and one small desk in one kind of corner off to the side, with several kind of ink pots and quills kind of sticking out and parchment on it, and then one other slightly larger desk carved very nicely with kind of eagle talon feet at the bottom of it, near one set of windows on the opposite side of the room. It's very much a work space, mostly paperwork, it would seem like, from the kind of vibe that you get as you walk in. As you do, you see another individual in there. Aleprian Savile is already here in the office. You see him sitting at this desk with all of the paper and ink, scratching away happily on the paper. He turns to greet you as you walk in, expecting Master Quaylen, but seeing the rest of you. Oh, good morning. Well met to you all. He kind of looks up at you. You can see that he's got like ink stains along a lot of his fingers, and even like ink smears and smudges kind of on his face as he looks down. Baron Quaylen actually kind of laughs as he sees him and looks at him and says, "You'll never get tired of ink and paper, will you, my friend?" And Aleprian kind of looks up. "It's a novelty," he says. "We don't have ink and paper where I come from. In fact, we shunned it years and years and years ago. But it's glorious. It's so quick, so easy. A little bit messy, but so quick and so easy." And he kind of looks up at you. Any of you, are you any of you from beyond the mountains of Andromar, from the outside world?
Yep.
Let me regale you with the wonders of ink and paper, those of you who have lived outside and been affected by the deliquescence. It never happened here. It never happened here. Ink and paper, they've been using it for hundreds of years, and it's so efficient, it's fast, and it sets so nicely. Where I come from, everything is set into wax and then molded from there, and it's a long and tedious process. And those of you that are from here don't know that every nation has had to come up with their own ways to store information other than paper and ink, but it's so glorious. And he kind of turns back and scratches again at some of the paper.
Wicked's just gonna kind of walk up and peer at what he's doing, scratching on the paper, and just kind of look at it fascinated too.
On this particular sheet of paper, you could see kind of a few notes around the corners, but almost the entirety of it is just taken up with the words Aleprian Savile scrawled across the page. He spent the entire paper just practicing a signature in ink on paper on this particular page. You want to try? He says, and he holds up the thing. Yeah, you just dip it in the ink. Not too much, he says. And hold it like so. And he kind of adjusts your grip on the thing. And have at it.
I very slowly and carefully start drawing out my name.
Yep.
I eagerly walks over her and stares over her shoulder and asks, are you writing all of your names or the abbreviation?
I'm starting with the abbreviation, but I think I'll write all of them if I have the chance.
It takes you a minute to figure it out, to get the right pressure, the end of the quill, and he's like, and he kind of helps you adjust to keep from ripping the paper as you do it and everything. You dip and then after a minute or so, a bit of a messy version of your name is on there. It's probably a tiny hint at the beginning, kind of like elementary school-ish looking, but after a time or two, you get the hang of it. Well, for the rest of you, if you'll come over here, I have a few things for you, and Master Quaylen invites you over to his desk.
As I cross the room, I'm going to say, I like your bodyguard, but he must be terrible at his job because I don't remember meeting him the other times I met you.
Well, just because you didn't notice him doesn't mean he wasn't there.
Point taken.
Please, and he kind of comes near the desk, and you can see a variety of papers scattered across it, a few kind of small bags and things sitting there. First, to be getting on with, he shuffles in and pulls out a piece of paper that's been folded several times. It's a kind of a hardy, waxed kind of paper, relatively thick kind of poundage, and he pulls it out and folds it open. This is the map that I was telling you about, and you can see kind of a map of the area. You see the river loft running up. You see the location of Baronhold marked, and the Wyver Wood shown kind of. And you see kind of some X's in a variety of places, kind of a ways into the Wyver Wood, and he begins to point them out. These are places of interest for us. The area that I'm interested in having you all work your way towards as you get the chances is here and here. And he kind of points out some of the X's a little farther and deeper in, up the river and then off into the woods a little ways. I've put a couple of options on there. One of these should be at least in the general area, if our records are correct, of where you might expect to find the mine. So, you all can read maps, I suppose. I'm fairly certain that you all have at least the basic skills of kind of following maps.
Yeah.
We've tried to make it to as to scale as possible. Aleprian's got quite a knack for it. Penned this himself after much practice. As you can see, it's all done in ink on this thick parchment. So that should do towards guiding you in that direction. Anything that you find of interest along the way, I would encourage you to make note of on the map. The more information we have, the better, both for the Bower King and for the barony. So, and I would be willing to negotiate a reward for any information that I deem to be important towards the growth of this settlement. So, and kind of folds it back up and hands it, kind of holds it out. I'm not sure who's going to end up with it.
I'll reach out.
and takes it.
Okay.
Sounds good. Yes. Also, a couple of other things. I found it difficult to sleep last night, and so I took it upon myself to make a visit to the treasury over at the House of Davet on your behalf. Save you a trip. And he kind of reaches down, and you can see kind of a small wooden box on the table. And as he reaches down, he kind of pulls the lid off of this box, and you can see nestled inside of there several vials. They're small-ish vials, and each of them contain a kind of reddish, almost ruby-ish red liquid inside of them. There are 7 of them inside of this box. This alone I would deem to be a healthy investment in your success, as healing potions are valuable. They are common healing potions, which is all that they had on them at the treasury. Perhaps they will be able to find more, but should be a great boon to you in your travels forward. I'll let you distribute them amongst yourselves as you see fit, and slides the box in your direction.
I'm gonna ooh and ah and say, what is it?
Well, healing potion is a rather useful item. Upon drinking the potion, it will restore health to you. He kind of describes how it will work. They don't taste incredible, but in the heat of the battle, I've rarely found them to be that to be a problem at all. So
I'm gonna pick one up and turn and press it into Wicket's hand.
Thank you.
I'm gonna do the same with each of the other ones and hand one to each person.
Well, we have 2 extra ones because he got 7. So who gets the extra ones?
who wants to hang on to him?
I can put them in my backpack.
Okay.
I'm gonna hand the extra ones to Pim.
And these are common healing potions, so they will regain you 2d4 plus 2 hit points if you use them. 2d4 plus 2. So that should be useful to you. Also, being a generous host, to give you a bit of autonomy so that you are not constantly and forever tethered to me for your dealings. This should help. And he kind of reaches down and picks up one of the small bags that you saw, which jingles a little as he passes it to you. There's another 200 gold pieces here for you to use in your endeavors. As you see fit. I hope you don't blow it all on a fatted goose or any such thing. So. Or blow it on alcohol, seeing as most of you aren't old enough to drink it.
I would never. I'm going to accept it. And then, without breaking eye contact, go like this and hand it to Pim. So.
I'm afraid most of the other items that are available in the treasury are beyond my comfort level of investment at this time, and more than likely beyond what you might have in your purse. But as you grow and as you earn from them, you will be able to barter and trade, make deals, and spend the money that they pay you for your contracts finished, and perhaps do more than that. So
I'm gonna smile and say, we appreciate your generosity.
You're very welcome. I look forward to our arrangement bearing fruit for all of us, and for Davet and the noblest cause, of course.
Hear that, guys? We can't fail. No pressure, though. And I'm gonna look at Wicket as I say no pressure.
I turn to Wicket and whisper, perfectionist.
I have keen senses, so I'm just gonna look at you for a second and laugh. And say, we'll see. We'll see.
Wicket's just gonna stand there awkwardly, not knowing where to look between the two of them.
You can side with Acrely.
She gives permission.
Always and forever.
It's now the theme song set in stone moving forward.
Awesome. He looks at you once again. Of course, I will also make sure that you have enough rations to cover you for a decent amount of time. So, I've already had them kind of packed and prepared for you, and you can grab them from the tavern before you leave. Do you have any other questions or concerns before you depart?
I have an unrelated question. Does that count?
I'll do my best to answer it for you.
Is there a place here in town that would accept or buy Ettercap? Ettercap, what would I say as kind of a catch-all phrase?
Parts?
Parts. Thank you.
Ettercap. Parts.
Is there a place that would buy...
Paraphernalia? I don't know.
I'm just gonna say parts. That sounds less weird.
Right.
Is there a place in town that would buy Ettercap parts for a decent price?
Intriguing. Yes, I mean that's relatively rare around these parts. At least near the Wyver Wood. I'm sure that there would be some interest in them. Perhaps you could visit. Probably your best bet for now, maybe, would be to see what you might be able to get from the treasury of the House of David itself. They seem to be the ones with the coin to be spent most freely, and those that would use it to the best benefit probably would be found there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Not a problem. Okay, well, I certainly wish you all the best of luck for all of our sakes. I hope my investment pays off and that you all come home safe and successful. If there's nothing else, I suppose, get back to my duties. The wood pile will not shrink itself.
Wicket finishes dotting the I of timbers right as you say.
Well done! You're a natural, Alepian says.
I look proudly at my name.
Here, and he kind of reaches down and he very gingerly kind of tears your name out of the piece of paper and rolls it up in a little kind of roll and hands it to you. Here you go. Bit of mundane magic for your journey. And hands it to you.
Cool, thanks.
Do come back. And he promptly forgets that you're all in the room and goes back to his business as Quaylin kind of heads for the door, heading back out towards the yard beyond. And what would you all like to do?
Head to the House of David, I think, is the next step. No?
Yeah,
You already got us stuff from there.
But you want to sell the Ettercap before we leave?
I can do that later.
Okay.
I was just curious if there's a place in town.
What's an Ettercap?
Well, imagine spiders, but then imagine humans. Human-sized spiders that try to eat you.
You
Is it, correct me if I'm wrong, David,
Yeah.
an Ettercap, isn't that the one that's the shepherd of the spiders or whatever?
Yes. Yes,
Shepherd
it
of
is.
the spider.
That's what it was called.
The spider shepherd. Oh, the spider
Yeah.
shepherd.
It is in essence a kind of almost humanoid spider. It's super creepy. That kind of shepherds other large spider creatures. So.
Out of character question.
Yep.
In where Wicket's from, do they have any weird, creepy, crawly things in their rock areas?
Of this variety? Meaning, would you know what an ettercap is? Is that what you're asking, or?
Or would I have something to relate it to, or something like in my head?
Let's have you do. I mean, where you're from, being underground largely, just really close, kind of on the verge of kind of underdark territory, I think you will probably have heard, if not bumped into, stories of very large very large spider-like creatures in the Underdark. And so I don't know that you would have heard of ettercaps, but definitely are familiar with the idea of giant spiders and how creepy and dangerous that they could be. So maybe spiders of a different brand, but large spiders all the same.
Okay. I'm just gonna look at you like kind of in like a horrified shock, like, those are real?
They are real, and they will kill you.
You have one?
Not. I just said it'll kill you.
No, but a Nazarene, but she has one?
She's got dead ones. Parts of dead ones. Parts of the top dead one. The one that was at the top but is now dead.
Yes, I harvested ettercap parts.
Why?
Exactly.
Are you asking me why? So that they wouldn't go to waste. I'm gonna look at you like this is common sense.
It's a dead creature.
And a rare dead creature.
I turn to Wicked at this point and say, if you die, I won't let them harvest you. It's okay.
They would do that?
So like that was even an option?
I'll back Akerly up on this, and I promise I'd never harvest you.
Wicked's just gonna start nervously pulling out little wires and be like, okay, and like just kind of start messing with these wires and wrapping them around each other and like braiding them into weird shapes. Because all of a sudden she's just like, okay, and she starts walking really like in circles.
It's unsettled, I think.
Agerly, do we have your horse with us, or do we need to go?
We'll go get her as we walk out. So, yeah.
Okay. So you guys swing by the stables. You pick up Dawn, and you also pick up the kind of rations, packs of rations that he mentioned were inside. And you add this all to your kind of situation, and you guys head straight for the gate then, and the river beyond.
Wicked's gonna be like, Dawn! And like kind of run up and then stop about a foot away from her and kind of give her like a little bow and like gently hold her hand out towards her to see if she likes me today.
If she likes me today.
Towards Dawn, did you say?
Yeah.
Sorry, distracted. Dawn actually does kind of drop her head and kind of nuzzle you, and kind of has to really kind of get down fairly low to get to you, but you can feel her kind of warm breath on you, kind of against your hair, kind of as she nuzzles in for a scritchy scratch. She's happy.
You're such a good horse.
Yeah, she's happy to see you. So she does kind of sniff kind of around your hands and go just in case there's something yummy there. But
Betsy's gonna run up next to Wicket.
Okay.
And reach out to pet the horse as well.
Okay. You see Dawn stiffen ever so slightly as you kind of approach and put your hand out and take kind of a half step back a little bit, and go ahead and roll an animal handling check for me, just out of curiosity.
10.
10?
I roll so low every single time. 10's not bad. I've done way worse. Consistently way worse.
Right. Yeah, she stiffens up and kind of takes a bit of a half step back and kind of in your direction a little bit. And then she kind of turns around and she walks over to where Akerly is standing and kind of pulls up next to her, her head kind of held high, proud.
Where is Akerly standing?
I mean, you all, I suppose, at this point in time are just outside of the stable. I imagine for everybody to be kind of gathering around. So Akerly will have pulled the horse out to the stable, which will have kind of moved over towards Wicket. So she's standing very nearby, within maybe 4 or 5 feet of where Wicket was originally standing. So the horse kind of does an about face and kind of just moves a foot or two.
Is Akerly near me at all?
She could be. I imagine you guys all kind of are bunched up. So.
Okay, in which case, as Dawn comes towards Akerly, I'm gonna kind of move back.
Okay, you're gonna back away from the horse.
Yeah.
Okay.
while still smiling and looking cool, I'm obviously moving away from the horse.
Akerly grins, and then looks Nazriel straight in the eyes and says, "Smart move."
And you see the horse next to her kind of stamp her foot and kind of like in
as she makes that noise, I'm gonna actually lose my cool a little bit and move even further back.
She's like boo. She's like horsey boo.
Horsey boo.
I'm
gonna make my way in like a very wide roundabout circle to stand behind Pim.
Sounds good.
Wicket's
a halfling between me and the horse.
Wicket's just gonna turn to Bitsy and say, "It's okay. She doesn't like most everyone."
Well, I'm not most everyone, but I will not take it personally because I'm just that person who doesn't take things personally. That horse will love me.
You're gonna love me. And to that lovely tune, you guys head down the hill from Quaylen's Rest in a very interestingly profile. I imagine kind of that profile shot of the Fellowship of the Ring as it like heads out with like dawn and a variety of shapes and sizes. And anyway, you guys head down around and to the main road, and then back towards the gate that you exited yesterday to kind of leave towards the river.
Do we need anything? Do we need to get like a wagon? We're just
have a boat.
Information, right?
We're taking the boat.
Okay.
Yep, you guys end up heading towards the gate. By the time you reach the gate again, you can see a bit of a pack of small children has begun to follow you once again, kind of giggling and pointing at you towards in your direction. You can see that same girl, the kind of confident girl that found you yesterday, kind of at the front of the pack. She kind of turns and holds people back, kind of consternation in her voice as she kind of commands them not to get too close to you and everything, but she's still following you all from a distance. You hear a distant kind of, "Don't bother them, they're on important business," she says. But they still follow you to the gate nonetheless. As the gate opens and you enter into the gate, before the gate shuts, you do hear her voice in a kind of chorus of other children's voices saying, "Good luck!"
Thank you.
And the gates kind of shut behind you, and you enter into
I'm gonna turn to Pim and just be like, "They're so cute."
You enter into this space between the gates, and you see as well the two guards that are standing at the gates, and a couple more up top wearing the hollow guard clothing. At the gates at this point in time, you actually see Oz as one of the two. It's Oz and Elkia again, the two that escorted you to Commander Sevik's office yesterday. the long kind of auburn red hair and the long bow strapped across her back. She steps forward as you approach. Good morning, she says to you as you kind of approach.
Good morning.
It is a good morning, I think. So.
As good a morning as I've ever seen, she says. And
Oh, that's good.
Each new morning means that we are live to hunt another day, she says. So they are all equally good in my mind. And she steps forward and kind of kneels down on one knee, and she holds her hand out to whoever, to you, Bitsy, as you were the one talking. I will need to see your kaima.
I'm gonna hold out my wrist.
Yeah. And she reaches out to you, and she takes her two fingers and she presses them against the little bit of cerebrium at the end of the kaima. And you see just a hint of kind of greenish light flare. And she drops her hand away. It's as simple as that. This is just to mark the moment when you left on your particular adventure, she says. And we will bookend that with another such interaction on the other end. When you give your report of what you came across or saw or slew, whatever the case might be, we will be able to touch this end and decide if your report was accurate or not, and we will base our recompense to you on that information. So be sure to take good notes. We cannot read your minds, but we will be able to get a sense of whether you're being honest or whether you are embellishing your story at all. So take very good notes of what you find and what you see and what you destroy in the land. I'll need to do this for all of you. And she kind of reaches out to each of you in the same process for all of you. And stands back up. Well done. Will you be needing anything else? She says, before you leave.
I don't think so.
Me neither.
Then may the blessing of the wisdom of Davet descend upon you. Good hunt, she says. And she turns and commands the gate to be opened, and it opens up to the world outside. You guys, you exit through, and a moment later you've descended down to where the jetty pushes out into the water of the river, and there is one guard standing there that just nods at you as you approach. Is familiar as seeing you come and go through here, Pim, so kind of just nods in kind of greeting as you approach. Awesome. So the river lays before you. Have at it. What would you like to do?
Quick out of character question, David.
Yep.
With us having a horse with us,
Okay.
will that fit with the 5 of us onto the smaller boat, or do I need to open the bigger boat?
The smaller boat will probably be just big enough because you have so many small people with you.
Yeah. Okay.
I think probably just big enough to where you can get you on there and squeeze the horse into the situation. As long as the horse kind of gets to the center of the boat and doesn't gallop around, you should be good to go for the time being, as far as you can think. So
There's 2 boats.
Then Pim's gonna walk to the edge of the river, and he's gonna pull out the box out of my backpack and set it in the water. And then
As you notice Wicket like practically at your elbow just watching.
and then I'm gonna say a magic word.
Okay. You guys hear her mumble a word. You said you put the box down in the water, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the box floats as she puts it in the water. You can see it kind of bobbing there in the just tiny little lapping of the river as she mutters the word.
David, I'm a boy.
Ah! Rachel, you are a girl. But Pim is a boy. I get it. I understand. As this older halfling man, Pim, places the box in the water. And as the word is spoken, you see a thin layer of ice begin to form and appear on the outside of the box. And it's like ice on your windshield that spreads into this thin coat of ice that just wraps all the way around the box. And it begins to spread across the surface of the water as the surface of the water around the box freezes over. And then you see as the ice compounds and builds in fractal, kind of arcing, kind of reaching fingers of movement, and a shape begins to emerge made entirely of ice, until there is a long river raft that has just a low side to it and is kind of curled and pointed at the edges. In the middle of it is a small kind of awning that has 4 poles that run down to the deck of the ship, and a bit of a sloped kind of roof in the center of it, and looks just like kind of an almost Asian-esque kind of fishing kind of junket kind of feel to it, but on a kind of a small scale. And it forms completely out of ice, and once it is formed, there's a bit of a kind of as the ice kind of crackles and drops off of the form of this boat, and left underneath it you see the form of a kind of bamboo-esque river raft with 2 long paddle kind of oars strapped at the 2 sides of it, bobbing merrily in the water before you. The box nowhere to be seen, but the boat in its place.
Wicket's gonna stand there just like odd and like look between Pim and the boat, and then Pim and the boat, and just be like,
Pim's just gonna turn around to the group and say, "Everybody on."
Yes, sir.
Wicket's gonna reverently step onto the boat.
And Azrael is gonna stop and look at Akerly and eye her horse, and then look at the boat and be like, "Is this big enough?"
And
It'll be fine.
Yeah, it's I didn't really describe the size of it very well, but it's about maybe 5 or 6 feet wide, 2 feet deep. It's about 12 plus feet long, and it'll be a bit of a snug fit. But once you're kind of all in there, mostly open flat spaces. I would imagine there's probably maybe 1 or 2 little small kind of raised benches, maybe near the front or the back, with again kind of bamboo poles, just kind of a flat surface, wooden surface with 4 little bamboo poles kind of connecting it into the deck, but a couple of places for seating.
I'm gonna look around for a place that will be as far from where I think the horse is gonna stand as possible, and then just look at Pim with kind of panic in my eyes, just a little bit.
That would probably be either the very front of the boat or the very back of the boat. Which one would you prefer?
I'm just gonna wait for Pim to tell me where to go, assuming Pim can read my mind.
Pim is gonna lead Agerly and the horse kind of to the center of the boat,
Okay.
and then look back at an Azrael.
I'm gonna look at Pim and then go to the back of the boat.
Wicket's just gonna be kind of like bouncing up and down right by Pim, like just waiting for Pim to notice her.
Yes.
How does it work?
It opens. It's magic.
But how does it work? Does it run on, like, how do you steer it? How does it run? Is it paddles? Is it an engine? How does it work?
Just a
Pim's gonna
variety
lead.
of ways.
This is true. Pim is gonna look at her and kind of sit for a second, and I'm gonna go, "Would you like to help me?" And then he's gonna walk over to the oars that are on the side of the boat.
Okay.
And Azrael is gonna look at Bitsy and say, remember when Pim taught us to drive the boat? Turns out he just does it for everybody.
Yeah. Thought we were special. I remember him teaching us. I don't remember what he taught us, though.
I remember everything.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm probably gonna go try and learn again. I'm just gonna go watch them. I think maybe second time's a charm. It'll stick. It'll stick. It'll stick. It'll stick. And then I'm gonna walk over and just watch.
With Wicket and Bitsy's help, I'm assuming. We're gonna kind of push off and start going down the river.
Okay. So you all push off from the jetty, and the raft enters the current of the river Loft, which once again is maybe 50 or 60 feet wide here. It's moderately paced in terms of the current of the river, heading east of Baronhold. Across the river, you can see immediately from here, you all will have seen it on the way in, the forest on the immediate opposite side of the river is starkly different than the woods or the forest on the Baronhold side of the river. The Baronhold side of the river, as you begin to work your way up the river, is wild, and the trees are large, and the undergrowth is thick, and it's intimidating to a degree. The wood on the other side is emaciated. You can see the trees look almost as if they're withered or withering. They are kind of thin, as if moisture has been drawn out of them, and the furrows in the ridges in the bark seem to be deep and highly noticeable. The leaves on the trees seem to be all kind of brown and gray kind of in color, and seem to be thick and kind of inorganic looking. It looks very kind of withered and almost sick, as if the forest on that side of the river is sick. Those of you that traveled in the Marsair Forest a little bit during your zero session recognize the Marsair Forest just across from here, the realm of elves who are losing. They're fighting a losing battle over here. But the woods, and you've been told to avoid going in there if you can. And but so it's a bit of a stark contrast as you go up the river, with a very different forest on one side than is on the other side, and you have this bit of odd schizophrenia in a way between these two types of forest. But you pass up the river, and it's moderately slow going, and you go maybe a few miles an hour up the river, unless you're actively working much harder than that during the first course.
So is it a paddle boat?
So with rivers, the current can move you quite a bit, and mostly, unless you're trying to make speed or make time, you're going to use the oars to guide and direct and avoid obstacles and things. But these oars that you have are kind of bamboo pole oars with a flat end on one side, with a paddle on one side, and it just runs off into the end of the bamboo on the other side. And you can use those too. And I'm sure Pim would kind of explain, kind of when to paddle forward.
Kind of correcting their course every once in a while to make sure you don't run into things.
It's like she spends her whole time undoing what you're doing with your paddle, Wicket.
Right. I'm like, okay, Wicket, you try, and then I go, oh. And I move it over.
Right.
Hold on, I just need a minute.
And I would imagine, why don't you actually give me a Wicket, just curious how well you would pick this up. Just give me a dexterity check. D20 plus your dexterity modifier.
Maybe she's a natural at driving.
Could be.
17.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I imagine within maybe 30, 45 minutes of running up the river, you start to kind of get a feel for it, a hang of kind of how it operates, what types of movements in the water react in what ways with the boat as you head in that direction. And you begin to get that feeling of starting to figure out how things work, which is a good feeling for you. So, so you guys pass time as you go up the river. You pass through different kind of environments. They shift and change subtly. Areas that feel a bit darker than others, and then areas that seem to lighten up both in kind of mood and literally lighten up as the canopy above maybe thins out in places. The river widens and narrows over the course, and even the speed of it will slow down in places. In some places to become pretty sluggish, as if the river were almost having to work harder to pass in places, which seems a little bit odd for a normal river. And Pim, as you're probably helming this mostly, if I could have you roll a d10 for me.
D10. Let me find that dice. 8.
8. Okay. You reach a place in the river after maybe a couple of hours of travel where the river widens out pretty significantly, enough for there to be a bit of a break in the canopy above between the two kind of overarching forests. And you feel light, golden light, kind of break through in shafts and strike the water before you in a reflection of glittering sparkles on the surface of the water. And you begin to see the sparkling kind of reflection on the water begin to dart and move in a variety of ways. And as you all peer down, you can see there seems to be a school of fish in the middle of the river here that are kind of darting and moving and zipping around each other through the water. All only seem to be congregating around the areas where the light is actually hitting the water. Pim, you recognize these immediately as silver wisps who are attracted to the sun. And they are just dancing in the sunlight, the light reflecting off of their bodies, almost as if they were purposely trying to perform by those that are passing by as you go. You pass by this display and continue on your way up the river for the next couple of hours. Just to make time go by, if you can roll another d10 for me, that'd be rocking.
5.
5. After just a little while of travel, you reach a place where the grade changes. The land begins to slope upward. And very uncharacteristically for water, the river seems to begin to travel uphill with much vigor. Because as you would know, Pim, and I mentioned this before, the river loft runs in the wrong direction. Instead of running away from the hills and towards the lake, it runs away from the lake and towards the hills. And you can see that it's picking up speed and heading up this thing. And you can see there are rocks and a variety of other things. There are rapids coming, uphill rapids. And the boat is heading up in that direction. I think you know, Pim, that probably you'll have to definitely get Wicket or someone else to help you to work your way through these sorts of rapids moving forward. Let's go ahead and have the two of you roll. Where did you go? Have the two of you roll some checks to see how well we do making our way through this. I think, let me pull this up here. I think that I will probably come up with a better way. There is not a skill technically for driving things, but I think that you can have proficiencies in that. And I don't know that we've worked that out for your character specifically, but it should probably be on there. So I'm going to say that you can add your proficiency bonus to this check, Pim, for being proficient in running river boats. So in rowing and stuff. So the two of you, again, do 2 dexterity checks for me, the two of you. And Rachel, you can add your proficiency bonus, which is a +2 at this point, I think.
Okay. An 8.
10.
10? Sounds good. So you guys, you see these kind of rapids coming. You can hear the sound of the water beginning to rush a little bit more, and you see Pim kind of shout a command to Wicked as they both kind of take places on either side to kind of make their way up through here. And right as you're getting prepared to head into these rapids, a cloud of insects kind of out of the forest to the side. And just kind of into you, and you find yourself kind of choking, and kind of it's like those really annoying clouds of gnats that you bump into outside that seem to kind of you breathe and they like enter your mouth and stuff, and suddenly you're combating that while also trying to pay attention to where you're putting oars and things. And your boat gets knocked around a decent amount as you make your way through these rapids, moving forward. And so you can hear kind of crunches and crashes as the boat hits rock once or twice, making your way through. And your boat does take a bit of damage. For the rest of you...
Every time we hit Pim's heart, like...
For the rest of you, I think also partly you've got a little more weight on the boat than you're used to, and so it handles a bit differently, especially with the horse in it. I'm gonna have the rest of you all let's have you do dexterity saving throws.
No, someone's gonna fall out of the boat.
Just to see how well you guys manage to keep from being
go
tossed
high.
Oh no!
What about my horse?
Horse falls out.
I'll pull up stats for the horse and see what's up with that real quick.
I just googled if horses are good swimmers, and they are, by the way.
For sure.
You're not allowed to kill my horse.
Oh, I did not do well on
One of
this.
us dies here on the river by water.
You're about to pitch me from the boat.
Oh, that's not bad.
Are we supposed to
We're
roll
doing,
that?
we're doing saving throws, right, David?
What's that? Saving throws, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity
right?
saving
Are
throw.
we supposed to
So
roll
Bitsy,
twice?
how'd you do?
Got a 17.
Okay, Akerly?
11.
I also got an 11.
Both of you guys got an 11. Go ahead and roll for the horse. I just pulled it up. They don't have any bonus for dex, so it's just a straight d20 roll for Dawn.
18.
Awesome. So a 17 from Bitsy and 18 from the horse. Nazri and Akerly, as things bump, you guys were distracted by some of the fish in the water and some of the surroundings, kind of the areas around you, and kind of looking up at things. You feel the deck shift beneath you, and a bit of weightlessness as you kind of off to kind of one side and begin to kind of make your way towards the edge. Dawn, with her 18, actually plants herself, and you can feel her kind of step sideways in your direction, Akerly, to give you something to grab onto. And we're going to say with that 18 that she's able to be there, and you get your hands kind of into her mane and kind of hold on without falling off. And Bitsy manages to kind of intervene with you. So the way a lot of these challenges are going to work is like, if half of you succeed, we will keep disaster from befalling. But luckily your horse rolled real well. Because we would have been fishing
Even
people
though I was
from
at
the
the edge
river.
of the boat already.
Right.
I'm still in the boat.
Yeah, so you're at the edge of the boat with kind of holding on to Bitsy, who's holding on to the bamboo pole of the awning in the middle of the boat, and you're kind of chaining it here as you through the rocks of these rapids, kind of bobbing and up and down. You hear kind of up front from the two drivers of the boat, and you finally kind of make it out and past, and it levels out and flattens up at the top. And you know, Pim, that you're going to have to spend some quality time with this boat before you put it in the water tomorrow. It's not sinking by any means, but you'll probably have to TLC it just a little bit to make sure that it doesn't get worse tomorrow before you take it off. So you have to build some time in for that. So you make it through. The gnats clear away and kind of move behind you as you move forward. And yeah, you are into kind of open, kind of clear water. And beyond that, not much else happens for the day. You travel for a decent amount of time. Yeah. So how far do you want to go? What's your kind of strategy here in terms of moving forward?
How far is, like, because on the map he says he doesn't know where the mine is. So how do we know which direction we're going?
So this is kind of based on what Pim said, that Pim has traveled a couple of days worth kind of up the river. And based on the map and what Quaylen was telling you, it would seem that the goal would be to get as far as you can in that direction before hopping then off the river and then working your way according to the map a little farther up and into the woods even.
Does the map mark that then? How far we have to go up the river before we go on foot?
Well, it doesn't technically mark that, but Pim knows. Pim's been up here before, so.
I have a shelter that I've used a few times not too far away from here that we could stay up for the night.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Wicket very shamefully walks up to Pim and says, "I'm really sorry. I'll help you repair everything."
You did a wonderful job. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I just like go back to my post very shamefully.
Oh, I don't like that you're. But anyway, yeah. So you continue to travel. You get a solid. I mean, this is a solid probably 8 hours of travel through the day. 9 hours of travel along the river. Mostly uneventful after the rapids. Until you come to around the spot where you've got this shelter that you mentioned, Pim. You recognize the place. It's been maybe a minute since you've been here, but the place where you've kind of maybe put an indicator of some kind that you can kind of pull off and make your way up. So yeah, you guys pull off to the edge of the river. Pim kind of guides you guys over there, and you're able to kind of disembark and head off from there. The area here, and it's again the Wyver Wood on the right-hand side of you as you're heading up the river this way. The area here is relatively thick with trees. There isn't anything overtly yucky that you can tell kind of in the area. It just seems like very wild old growth forest in this place. Large, bold trees with massive canopies and a decent amount of kind of fern and other things kind of growing almost primevally in the undergrowth between things in this spot. But the bank rises up a bit on this side, kind of where you're pulling over, and there's a bit of a footpath that heads off in that direction.
Pim's gonna start heading that way and tell everybody to follow him.
I'll follow.
Following.
Do you leave the boat behind, or do you take boat with you?
No, I'm gonna pack up the boat and put it back in my backpack.
Okay, so you guys hear her mutter another word, and the whole boat becomes crusted in ice once again, and kind of the ice falls once more, but when it falls, there's nothing inside of it, just the box floating in the water. And he snags it and throws it in his pack and leads you into the woods. So it's a relatively short jaunt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you guys head towards this spot through the woods. How do you approach? Do you just kind of march straight in?
I'm probably gonna approach a little cautiously just in case there's anything around. I haven't been here in a little while, so I don't know.
Okay. Are you gonna, all of you, try to be kind of stealthy?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have everybody roll stealth checks then as we approach.
Roll 20!
Woohoo!
I have a 26.
Wow, good job.
I have a 23 with my natural 20 that I think I've only ever gotten like maybe one other time before.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
I also have a 23.
Nice. Did you say 15, Bitsy?
Yeah.
Akerly? 5.
Roll for your horse too.
Yeah, do you want to roll for your horse real quick too? And again, she doesn't have any dex, so I don't think she gets any bonus for
So
stuff.
a straight roll.
And a 6. I'll double check how the whole mount thing works, whether or not she gets to share stealth with you or not. But yeah, so you guys are all kind of making the approach very silently. Again, as a group check, so many of you did so well that we're going to kind of compensate for the others. I think probably as you're going and you hear Akerly and the horse making a little bit of extra noise, you kind of turn around and you're like, okay, and kind of inspire them to take steps a little more slowly. Maybe they slow down a little bit so that they don't make too loudly. But yeah, you make the approach very stealthily, moving forward towards your place. And you approach the space where it is. So yeah, Pim, what do you see then as you kind of come near here? What kind of setup situation do you find?
So we're going to kind of open into a bit of a clearing within this forest area. And in the middle of this clearing, there is kind of a remnant of a kind of stone circular structure that's kind of been worn down over time. And across the top of this, there is kind of a makeshift roof that Pim has put together over the few times he's been here, just out of kind of fallen branches and rope and stuff that he has on his boat. And it's going to look pretty simple from the outside of it.
Okay.
And he's going to kind of cautiously approach and lead people over to where it's at.
Okay. I'm going to have you actually roll a perception check for me, Pim, as you approach the house.
23.
Awesome. So as you approach the house, on the kind of the path leading towards the door of this building, you notice a couple of things that are different than when you were here last. You notice that along kind of the one edge of the footpath, in some of the growth there, a variety of mushrooms have grown up, and they're a bit of a motley mix, and they seem to be almost exactly every foot or so kind of heading towards this space. And at the foot of each mushroom that's growing, you see a small little pile of like berries. Some of them have like nuts in front of them. Some of them just have like a flower in front of them, kind of lovely little flower. And some of these piles, the ones closest to you as you approach, the fruit looks a little bit old and beginning to kind of decompose a little bit. The flowers at this end look a little bit dried out, but the closer you get, the newer these little piles of things seem to be. This is different. You have not noticed anything like this before as you approach the space, so it will stand out to you. Whatever you would like to do with that information.
Out of character question.
Okay.
My Kaima has, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the detect magic spell in it.
Yeah.
How does that work?
So detect magic, you would be able to cast it once a day, and it would act, in your case, pretty much just like the spell says, which allows you to detect any kind of a field around any magical items or magical things within a certain radius. I think it's 30 feet. Let me check. So for 10 minutes, you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you. If you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and you learn its school of magic, if any.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So yeah, and you can keep it up for 10 minutes, which means as you travel for 10 minutes, anything within 30 feet of you as you travel would appear. So, okay. Yeah, so anyway, so Pim, this is something that you see as you approach.
So I'm going to kind of acknowledge to the rest of the group to sort of be on the lookout, because this is something new. So there's possibility that there are people here that I don't know about. And then I'm going to take out my spear just in case. And I'm going to kind of, as quietly as I can, make my way towards the opening.
Okay. So you do so, making your way towards the opening stealthily, and you rolled a really good stealth check, so you're approaching pretty stealthily. Okay, kind of keeping your eyes peeled as you go. So not to say that there's anything about this, but just as we all kind of learn and train and grow in terms of D&D related things, anytime that you want to double or triple check, like really check something, you can. So like if you wanted to,
I can like check for traps or
and things, like going through doors is always a good option, I think, in D&D to check for stuff. I'm not saying there is a trap, but just to get in the habit of what if there is, that would be something. Can I check the door to see if there's any sort of maybe traps or anything out of the ordinary? Definitely anytime you find like a chest or anything like that, you would want to be like making sure there's not some sort of a trap or anything connected with it first. But
do I just roll a d20 if I'm checking for traps?
so this would be an investigation check. So add your investigation skill to your d20.
16.
Awesome. Yeah, so you approach the door and kind of stop for just a moment, and you see the door. Simple again, I imagine. Something kind of cobbled together with like a simple handle on it, maybe. Yeah. And you can see that you don't see anything nefarious. No wires connecting to things that might cause bad things to happen or anything from a trap point of view. But you do see that the door is like ever so slightly ajar from where you left it last time, like just an inch and a half open. But other than that, there doesn't seem to be any sort of trap connected to the door that you can tell.
I'm gonna sort of acknowledge to the rest of them to maybe wait for a minute and not all enter with me all at once. And then I'm going to enter.
Okay. So yeah, you push the door open silently. I think enough activity has passed and observations have passed. I'm gonna have you do another stealth check if you want to stealthily kind of push your way through solo.
Do you want to go solo, or do you want someone to come with you?
I have a 20.
Awesome. Okay.
That's up to you and Azrael. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, he already signaled for us to stay back, so.
Okay, I just missed that.
Okay, so you push the door open, and you do it slowly, carefully, stealthily. There's a little hint of a creak, maybe, as it opens, because it's something that's been kind of cobbled together. And you poke your head into the inside of the building, and you see everything as you left it. What would the general setup be in here? Pretty simple.
So inside, again, it's a pretty humble place because he kind of comes in and goes, so he hasn't put too much in it. But in the center of the room, there is a fire pit that he's sort of pieced together with river rocks and things like that. A lantern that he's left here, and then kind of an array in random places throughout. He had left a few pots and pans in certain areas throughout this place as well.
Okay. So you see all of that, and all of it seems to be where you left it, all in its normal space, everything kind of hanging as you left it. And you peer around the room for just a moment, trying to get some sort of a sense of what might anything connected to these differences that you've noticed as you entered in. And it takes you a moment as you look into the building for your eyes to kind of adjust to the dimness of the light in this area. And as it does, you begin to see what appears to be just a hint of a very dim kind of glow of light. And it is a very faint yellowish kind of light coming from across the room, kind of in the area near where your pans are. Did you say they were hanging, the pans?
I probably have a couple hanging and then a couple sitting around.
You can see that it's coming from inside of like a saucepan that you have hanging in the back. You can see just a hint. It's hanging down with the kind of opening of it tipped to one side from you, and you can see kind of coming from inside of that saucepan just an ever so dim, kind of faint, golden, yellowish kind of light.
Okay. I'm gonna go investigate it. I'm gonna go approach.
Okay. On the strength of that stealth check, you do so. You approach. You cross the room as quietly as you can. You angle around, I imagine, to get a view of kind of that space. And what you see is that curled up, you can see that inside of the pan, the kind of bottom edge of it has been filled slightly with a variety of kind of natural material. Long pieces of grass and twigs and soft things, some feathers and things have been kind of placed in that space. And you see that the yellow light is coming from the form of a small figure, humanoid figure that is curled up kind of inside of this pan. And you get a little bit closer to it, and as you do so, you can see that its eyes are closed. It's kind of looking your direction, kind of one arm kind of up in its head, kind of on its shoulder in your direction. It's a very interesting looking figure. It's human, very humanoid, but its face is kind of got long and almost sharp kind of features to it. Very long, kind of long, sharp, kind of not pointed, but kind of prominently kind of aquiline, straight lines in the face. Kind of short, blonde hair on its head. It's about maybe 8 or 9 inches long. And it's a thin, kind of humanoid-looking thing. It's dressed in material that looks to have been drawn from nature. Pieces of kind of bark and leaf that have been kind of sewn together and strapped onto the figure, the form of this. You can see actually on the hip that's facing upwards, you see what appears to be a very tiny little sword. That seems to be made from wood that is barbed in places along the length of it, and you can see kind of laying, kind of leaning up behind it, a very small, toy-sized bow, like a little short bow made of thin wood with like horsehair, almost some sort of hair as a string. And you can see that the eyes are closed. You can see wings kind of popping up, very kind of, it's hard to tell the shape or anything of the wings behind it. But every once in a while, as you sit and look at it, there's a bit of a flutter of just kind of a wing that does this just a little bit as you can see it. And you can see it breathing. It kind of rises and falls, but every once in a while it kind of hitches in the breathing. Kind of a little bit as it sits there. What do you do?
I am going to walk up a little closer to it.
Okay.
And then I'm going to very lightly tap on the side of the pan.
Okay. You tap on the side of the pan. You hear the kind of dull, kind of ting, 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 kind of ring of the thick metal that you tap it on, and you can see the breathing kind of and stop, and then kind of go back to it again. But there's no other response or reaction.
I'm going to kind of call a bit to the rest of the group because I'm feeling like it's safe.
Okay.
To come in, and then
I'm gonna show them this and say, I think that it's sick.
Oh, no.
So you guys enter in, and she points out the creature. It's it's getting pretty dark in here now. So you kind of faintly see it. I guess those of you that have dark vision would be able to see it fairly clearly.
Can I go grab the lantern that I left here?
Sure.
And I'm assuming that I have something that I can start a fire with in my bag. And
You
turn that
think
on.
it's dangerous?
Right. Yeah. So Pim kind of gets a lantern going with his tinderbox and kind of set up, and kind of warm orange glow begins to spread through the place.
What would I have to roll to find out what it is?
Anybody that is maybe proficient in nature can do a nature check and see
Nature.
if you know anything.
I have a grand total of 2.
I've got 4.
So.
Okay.
I got a natural 20.
Woohoo! Bitsy, were you rolling as well?
I got a 20. That is not natural.
Not natural. Awesome.
Can I just roll to see if I know what it is, even though my thing is low?
Go ahead. Why not?
Just because I am connected to nature in ways.
Right.
I don't know why I checked it again. I just said it was a +2 on there. I'm at an 18.
18. Gotcha. So I think probably in Azrael you would maybe know enough to know that it's fey. It is some sort of a fairy creature. I don't know that you would maybe know specifically what kind of fairy creature it is, but Akerly, with your natural 20, this actually kind of makes sense. There's a lot of lore in Elda, in particular around the Wyver Hills, about 2 particular kinds of fairies, sprites and pixies, because they are believed to have some connection to the spirits that bestow wisdom upon people in the kind of the religious kind of churches of the Dawn, the Order of the Dawn Passage there. And so you've heard a lot of tell of these. And based on what you've read and heard, you are guessing that this is the sterner and more forceful of the 2. It's a sprite. So you've heard of these before, sprites. And I suppose based on what you know of them, you know them to be territorial. You know them to be protective of what they believe to be important to them and what's theirs. And in particular, these are known to be a bit more stern and a bit more judgmental and a bit more serious in terms of fairies. Even get picked on by the more kind of playful pixies and taunted about how dour they are. So
oh my goodness, guys, it's a sprite.
A sprite! Do I know what a sprite is?
You've heard of sprites for sure. So I'm not sure that you've been close enough to one to be able to like identify and know like a whole lot about it. But I mean, you know a decent amount, I would imagine. There are creatures kind of sort of similar to this, or at least you would have been able to talk to maybe Volea, who might have mentioned something about it from where you come from. So.
I'm assuming I know nothing, like I've never heard of it at all.
Oh, I doubt it.
So I'm just gonna
I
look
know
at
anything.
What?
Just that it's kind of a fake creature, but I don't know that you have done in particular a lot of research in this regard. So.
Makes sense.
Yep.
I'm gonna turn to Akerly then. Is it dangerous?
I mean,
While they're
dangerous?
talking about
Not
its danger, I'm just
exactly.
I'm just gonna touch it and cast Cure Wounds. While they're talking and whether it's dangerous, she's gonna turn away from me to talk to Akerly, saying, "Is it dangerous?" And I'm just gonna shoot my arm out and touch it.
I mean, it's.
Do you roll? Do you roll for that? Is that so? Go ahead and
No.
cast it and roll.
Yeah.
While she's doing this, I share the information I know with Nazriel about their temperament.
And what you happen to know is that generally speaking, they're most dangerous in groups. They have not a ton of hit power in terms of one single one of them, but not that they wouldn't attempt to attack you or something per se. But in groups, they can be pretty dangerous.
So
You get
it's just an
one
even
plus.
tinier person.
What's that?
So it's just an even tinier person.
an even tinier normal plane.
A tinier and angrier person.
Okay, Bitsy.
Lots of anger in their little body.
Say that one more time, Bitsy.
Plus 10 hit points back.
Wow, good job.
I know.
No.
So as you're doing this, Akerly, you turn, and Azrael asks her question, and yeah, what are they about? And you turn around. Well, let me tell you. Bitsy kind of reaches over, and basically it's like she like charges up the paddles, and she's like clear, and jolts 10 freaking hit points into this thing that hardly has hit points at all. And as you do so, Bitsy, you see the dim yellow light go flare golden, and the eyes of this creature kind of open wide, and it's like I just hurt my throat and kind of open up much more adorably than I look when I do that. But its eyes kind of open, and you see its wings kind of to life behind it as it kind of looks in your direction.
I'm gonna swing around when the light flares and look at Bitsy.
And it
You
jumps
just hear
up.
wow.
And looks at you and immediately kind of jumps up onto its feet, and it hovers in the air, and you see that its wings are kind of oddly triangular shaped. They attach at a very narrow point on its back and then kind of go out and down, and there's two on top and kind of two on bottom, and they're very reminiscent of like thorns but turned the opposite direction, where the pointy parts are pointing into the back of the creature. And it jumps up, it pulls its little long sword out immediately, and then disappears.
What?
And you guys kind of look for a moment at what's happening around you, and kind of trying to figure out what's going on in the light of the lantern here. And then very suddenly, Pim, you suddenly feel a very small little prick. Just right here in kind of where your artery would be, and you hear a voice in your ear. Don't move, or it'll be the last thing you do.
We don't mean you any harm.
That's to be discovered. Who are you?
We're the people who just helped you.
Ah, you were dying, and I saved you. Stop hurting my friend. Well, are you in pain, Pim?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Bit of a nudge with the pinprick. Just stay where you are. I need a moment to process. You can
Okay,
probably say.
take all the time you need.
I'm gonna respectfully wait a few minutes.
Just awkwardly start
I'll
like,
just sit there
snapping my
quietly.
fingers.
You hit sorry, I just got distracted by something over here. The voice comes back to you again, kind of right in your ear, Pim. Are you the owner of this house?
Yes, I am.
And what is your relationship with the darkness?
with the darkness?
The darkness.
I definitely don't have a good relationship with the darkness.
That is good. That is good. You hear the voice say. And there's a bit of an ease and kind of the pinprick next to you. And you all kind of see a bit of a flicker from behind Pim of that kind of golden, kind of yellow light as kind of fitfully the form of the sprite flits back into being, hovering there. And you see her kind of wobble ever so slightly, and then she kind of like flutters backwards and kind of settles down kind of onto like a table or some such thing nearby, and kind of stagger a little and lean on the point of the sword, and look back up at you. Do not take my faintness for a sign of weakness.
No, never, 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 never.
You look really tough.
Tough I am, and would put you to the test if you were to cross blades with me.
Oh, I'm sure you could take me easily. I'm not much of a fighter.
That I would agree with heartily. She kind of eyes you up and down. First, she says, I thank you. I have made use of your abode a few times over the last little while, and for that I have left payment. Perhaps you noticed it as you entered.
I did. I appreciate it.
As I do you. It is rare to find a place which has been cleared and prepared and made habitable, such as this. And it was a great boon to me in a time of need.
Can I ask you what exactly happened to you? You seemed like you were struggling a bit when I first came in.
I was indeed grievously wounded by the enemy.
Is it the darkness that you spoke of?
No, but it is they who serve the darkness.
Who are they?
She looks in your direction as you speak in Azrael. They are filthy, rot-born, lizard people. And they are infesting these lands anew. They have moved farther south than ever before. We fled before them at one time and thought that we had come far enough in this direction, but they have come even to our very doors once again.
You said we. Are there more of you here?
There were.
I'm sorry.
Do not be. They are not all lost. Some of them, perhaps. But some may still be saved. And now that I am back on my feet again, on my wings, I will save them. And she begins to try and kind of flutter up off the table, a little wobbly once more, kind of sheathing her blade, and kind of glancing around the room again.
I'm going to step forward and say, not that I don't think you could handle it on your own, but seeing as you've taken such good care of my home, I would like to help you.
She kind of flits closer to you and peers into your eyes. How do I know I can trust you?
When I first came in, you were sick. If I meant you any harm, I could have done something then. I chose not to.
This is true, I suppose. But if you would permit me, I would like to make certain that I can trust you.
I'm gonna nod.
And she flutters a little bit closer to you, and she kind of holds a hand up. I promise, you can see I've got marker on my hand. I promise this will not hurt. You are safe. And she flutters forward, and you can feel the tiniest of hands just place itself over the kind of carotid, or whatever that kind of main artery is that runs in your neck, where you would check for a pulse, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can actually feel in that weird way that we do the beat of your heart against the pressure that is placed there as a small hand reaches in. And as you all watch, you can see spiraling outwards from the place where she touches, that the veins inside of Pim's neck begin to fill with kind of golden light and spread outwards from her hand as she closes her eyes, and her own kind of yellow golden light kind of expands around her. And she remains that way for a moment, and then she moves back and releases her touch on you. But where her hand had been, you all can see that the faint kind of glowing imprint of a tiny little hand remains right over that space on your artery there, that glows kind of a golden color. I have read your heart, and I find you to be true. You do indeed not have the best relationship with the darkness. In fact, I feel that you have fought the darkness before.
I have.
Such an ally would be a great boon to me in my time of need. These others, they can be trusted as well.
Yes, they can.
Then I'm afraid I must conscript you into the service of the light. And she kind of flutters up into the center of the room, kind of looking down at all of you. The Rotborn have trapped many of my kin, and this very night they will steal the magic and the life from them in the service of their dark gods. If you would join me, perhaps we can save those that remain.
Badly.
It appears we have no time to waste.
And she kind
Show
of
us the
nods.
way.
What's that?
Let's show us the way.
Very well. Sharpen your blades. Ready your bows. Bring any magics you have to bear. The fight starts tonight. And we are going to go ahead and leave this episode there, my friends.
Dun, dun. Cliffhanger.
Didn't think we were mean enough to leave people on a cliffhanger.
Cool. I'm excited. We're excited for what is to come. I'm excited for us to be officially kind of off and kind of really diving into the adventure that awaits outside. So, on that. So, sweet. Good job, my friends. Awesome. Well, I know some of you have schoolwork to get to. So we won't belabor our goodbyes. But thank you to all of you that watched this episode, joined us for this episode of Character Choices. We look forward to the future, seeing what it is that happens. And again, as always, invite you all to join us next Wednesday. Same bat time, same bat channel. And that's a very old Batman reference. Maybe none of you in this room got that. I don't know. We're talking like Adam West Batman. So in any case, thank you. And again, if you feel so moved, invite your friends to take a peek at what it is that we do and come on this journey with us. And be sure to hit up our various social media whatnots, our Instagrams, our Facebooks, and YouTubes and whatnot. And again, if you're just needing to get caught up, feel free to go back and check out those things. And we will join you next week for a little more of this goodness as we continue our quest for the greatest story ever rolled. It's starting to ramp up. Awesome. And I think that's it, unless you guys can think of any other announcements that we need to make for now. If not, peace. And stay healthy, stay safe, stay strong. We'll see you guys very, very soon.